Well, good evening, everybody, and welcome here to Sydney Dragway for the very first race of Aeroflow Race Reel for 2024. Indeed. My name's Stuart White, also known as the Pocket Rocket, and joining me up in commentary this evening, the legend himself, Mr. Holden. Mark Thomas is back again for 24. Mark, it's great to have you back, mate. And tell you what, mate, to look on that camera, see out the back with the cars and the bikes back.
Yep.
Hey, it's going to be huge tonight.
Mate, it's going to be a great first race for real meeting. The weather is just absolutely super. The track is brilliant. And we're getting some really tough cars rolling in there. So, yeah, mate, it's good to see. And a good variation of cars.
Yeah, it is. I know that Tim Sycoles, he's on his way out as well. He'll bring out the Commodore, which has had a... bit of work done to it now. Okay. It's got the side mount supercharger on it now, underneath the bonnet, and a few other little goodies as well. So as far as I know, he's coming out tonight to test it. So he really wants to run, I think he said he wants to run a 10 or a 9 in that car. Yeah. And, you know, it is a street-based car, but he does run radials on it when he comes here to the track. We got the Land Speed Toyota Yaris with the sequential gearbox in it. Of course, that car's been around with a bit of time attack, and tonight it's here in drag racing form. So Adam Kazmiri, I believe, is still driving that car.
Mate, that thing, we're actually downstairs having a bit of a yak when that drove past. And it has just got a absolute total different sound to it, to what a normal Yaris has. Yeah, it just not a pop and a crackle, but yeah, it just sounded like a really tough rumble to it. Yeah. So it'd be great to hear it full noise.
I can't wait to see it hit the track. Of course, the guys from CMV Performance are here as well. They've got a Commodore here tonight. It looks like it's running a little bit of nitrous. We welcome back probably the man that's done the most passes ever here at Sydney Dragway, and plenty more to come. Of course, Smokin Joe Sabello.
The old fella.
Back, yeah. I spoke to Joe. He's pretty relaxed after the Christmas New Year break, and he's looking forward to hitting the track. And Dog 302 is here. It's a very nice looking Capri. Cortina, sorry.
Yeah, yep.
And tell you what, that car looks at home in a Maguire's top 60 haul.
Yeah, it does indeed.
It is a beautiful looking car. Absolute credit to the owner. But most of all, Mark, we welcome back the bikes, which are here. Michael Riches, who is one of our officials. Michael's actually racing tonight. He's got his Jexus 750. Of course, he's got the new swing arm on it. And he's got a nitrous kit on it. But he hasn't got the nitrous hooked up tonight, as far as I know. So,
okay.
Yeah, so it'll be interesting. I did see Wally Hoster down in the pits as well. Yep. Of course, the fastest stock Jexer in the country. Sorry, stock wheelbase Jexer. But, yeah, no, Wally's been a stalwart of motorcycle drag racing here in Sydney for a very, very long time. And it is great to see him here tonight. Now, of course, a gentleman that is going to be helping out on one of the race teams this weekend, Bushy, who's up from down south. Of course, he's an avid fan of motorcycle drag racing. Absolutely loves it. And it's great to have him up here checking out all the action here at Aeroflow Race for Real. And it's great to have Aeroflow back on board again for another year.
Yeah, mate. Both these guys, Aeroflow and Rocket, have been such a long-term supporter of the track, and Aeroflow have just been behind Race for Real, so it's absolutely sensational.
Now also, guys, we've got an Odyssey Batteries voucher up for grabs as well tonight, which I've got in my hand.
Yep.
So Mark and I are going to put our heads together soon and work out who we're going to give it to and how they're going to win it.
Yep.
So just all the competitors, guys. Tonight it is our Australian theme night. So if you're in the crowd, guys, you're dressed up with the hat. I was going to wear the hat tonight, but I actually was rushed out the door and forgot it. So Sorry, Ben. I forgot my hat tonight. So, yeah.
Or the best mullet.
I reckon that's a great idea. I reckon the best burnout tonight, doesn't matter if it's a bike or if it's a car. All right, well, there's a $500 Odyssey battery, but you've got to impress Mark and I. Now, as you guys know, if you're here to Sydney Dragway all the time, I am a burnout commentator, so, you know, I might be a bit biased at times, but Mark just loves drag racing. So I'm going to let Mark tell me who he reckons going to win.
Yeah, so you got to do something fairly sensational.
Absolutely. Now, of course, it's not just the legends that we've got here at the track, whether they're racing or not. We've got a great amount of spectators. Welcome, guys. Welcome to the first Aeroflow Race for real for 2024. And also to everybody who's watching via our live stream on our official Facebook page and also on YouTube. I can see, Mark, that we've got a lot of the regulars that are here, of course, on social media. Soyop Gypsy Gay, Soyop. Mad Cow Mark is here as well. DJ Prowse, who's in the house. I really like it, that name, DJ Prowse in the house. It's like the Pocket Rocket in the house, you know?
Yeah.
I reckon we could do something with that, DJ Prowse. Of course, they had a little test and tune here the other day.
Yep.
And Ben was actually hanging out with DJ Carl Cox, who was testing his little Capri. It's had a few changes apparently. So But we look forward, hopefully, to seeing more of Carl Cox throughout 24 here at Sydney Dragway. Well, we've got the BMW and the XR6 Falcon Ute down here, just waiting patiently.
Okay, BMW just a little bit of a burnout, and the Falcon just virtually went around the water.
Well, that's all right. You don't necessarily have to do a burnout, do you, Mark?
No, not at all. No. It's up to yourself, especially if you're running a set of road tyres. Yeah. It's no super big benefit because they don't work like radials or slicks. They need that heat to make them sticky. Well, here's a nice lineup of cars sitting in the burnout box as well, Stu, for next pass.
Yeah, I saw you had your eyes on the blue VK.
Yeah, very tidy car.
Yeah, it is.
Well, Falcon goes through 14.4 to a 15.8.
Oh, Ben. Ah, dear. It wouldn't be Aeroflow Race for real without our production manager being a smart ass on the page, on the chat. Love it. All right. So we've got the VK Commodore up against the Tirana. Now, I am a bit of a VK fan, so I'm going to sway towards the VK. Mark's probably going to swoon over to the Tirana.
Mate, I'm torn between the two.
Really? I thought you...
Yeah. I like the LC, but I do like the VK as well. But I'll tell you what, I don't know about the VK sitting down in the rocket lane at the moment with the XW GT number plates.
I saw that in the pit, so I said to Ben, I go, that's not right. And 11.54 to a 13.34 there in that previous pass as we got the RPM Motorsports Commodore down here in the Aeroflow lane. I guess we could call that the confused Commodore, couldn't we?
We could. Yeah, indeed. So I think the VK might be just babysitting those plates for a Falcon. But I'll tell you what, it is not hanging around. 10-3, wow. 133 miles an hour.
Wow. 10:38, 133 miles per hour, 1.59 in the 60. The Commodore next to him, though, went 1.67 in the 60, so it definitely was no slouch either, but there was a fair spin of the tyres off the start line for him.
Yeah. Yeah, I think he probably just stepped out of that one.
Yeah. All right, the VF up against this very tough Falcon that we've seen out here a fair few times previously. Okay, I see DJ Prowse. That's why how you got the name DJ Prowse in the house. Okay. Good to hear you're a drummer, mate. I hope you're a metal drummer. You have to take a video and like send it to Ben.
Okay, just pushing these couple of cars back at the moment. Not sure if there's something leaking out of the car or having a bit of a look at the ground. Yeah.
We know it's warm out there, guys, but you need to keep your air conditioning off, guys, just so nothing drips out of the car, because if our starters see it, and believe me, Keithy's got eyes like a hawk, not much passes old Keithy.
No, it does indeed. And look, it can even be when you're coming up the runoff road.
Yep.
It's just picking up that condensation from out of the air. When it's going to drop is when you're doing your burnout.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, the Falcon, 1.69 to 60 mark, and nice and straight down the Aeroflow lane, runs on through at 11.60.
Wow. 12.7, 112 miles an hour for the VF Commodore.
All right, well, Sammy Joe is back again for 2024. She's taking on this very nice looking black ute. Well, that is a little bit unfortunate down there, Mark, for that Commodore.
I don't like where his hand is.
No, I don't like where it is either, just quietly. Hey, Will, it's the first one of the year. Can we be just a bit lenient?
Yeah. Just say no. Don't do it again.
Will will probably just send me a photo now of the sticker and go, no, Stu.
I don't think he really meant to do it.
Nah, not at all. Probably didn't even,
it was an accident.
Probably didn't even know it was going to run that quick. Yeah. Well, here's something you don't see every day. A Chrysler 300C wagon.
Yeah.
And that looks like Brian, I think that's Brian Addising down there in the Commodore, in the rocket lane.
Interesting to see how this wagon goes, Stu. They're a big car. Yeah.
Well, 1307 there for the Commodore, a 1527. All right, the XR6 Falcon, and it's taken the Australian theme to heart with the Australian flag on the rear window. That looks seriously cool.
Yeah, it does indeed. He's up against the VS Commodore over in the Aeroflow lane.
Oh, good stuff, DJ Prowse. You'll inbox the Sydney Dragway page. That way Bench can see your drumming. Oh, the Commodore in the Aeroflow lane, lighting it up off the start line. And a 12.41 for that car. Just very good pass.
Miles an hour is way up. Like that should have been an 11-second pass, that one.
All right, CMV Performance, VX Commodore that's running nitrous. And this older style ute, which I must admit I've not seen before.
Nah. I can't see the front, but it looks like a HJ, Stu. That Cortina, I never noticed it's got a sunroof in it.
Yeah.
He's up against the XE. XD? XE, yep. Oh, can you? Okay.
Well, I'll tell you what, the CMV Performance Commodore, bit of a turn of the tyres off the start line, although he still goes 1.74 in the 60. And on the brakes, just before the finishing line, goes at 11.23 with a 2 at 120 miles an hour.
It's not a bad pass at all.
Well, Dog 382, so far, I've got to say that's the best Burnout.
Yeah, plenty of smoke.
I'm interested to see what this XD or XE Falcon's got. It's a beautiful looking car.
It is, yeah, it's a well-prepped car for sure. Hey, mate.
Well, guys, we've just been told by our meeting director that for the last 30 minutes of Race for Real tonight, it's going to get real interesting. We're actually going to switch the tree over to Pro Tree later on tonight. And look, to some people that are here tonight, you know, you guys, you know, you're pretty used to a sportsman tree. Having said that, I've done Pro Tree and I've also raced on the sportsman tree. I find it a lot easier on a Pro Tree than I do with the sportsman tree.
Okay.
So it's going to be a little bit of fun later on.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's a good finish to the night, actually.
Well, we got the Mustang up against the LS-powered Datsun Skyline. Smokin Joe Sabello. Well, 1.41 60 from Joe there, Mark. It actually launched really, really well.
Look how far he tracked out the tyre marks out there. 9.1, 148 miles an hour to an 11.2. So, yeah, that car's going well.
It's going very
well. A little
well.
break over Christmas didn't do anything wrong.
No. He was probably happy to have a bit of a rest.
Yeah, indeed.
All right, this beautiful looking orange ute. It was out here towards the end of last year. It is a stunning looking car, this one. 1.60 in the 60.
Yeah, mate, that thing launched out, nose high in the air, and just carries it all the way through.
Look at that, 1081, 126 miles per hour. And it's a consistent car. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we've been waiting patiently. It is fantastic to have the bikes back here at Sydney Dragway, and it's great to have some of the members of Sydney Random Rides here tonight as well.
Yeah, it's good to see these guys. They really, they're here nearly most meetings all the way through the year. So, yeah, they do a great effort, support the track, and show us some really good racing.
Well, we got Brendan down there in the rocket lane. Now, I'm not quite sure. I thought it was a KTM, but I've got a feeling it might be an Aprilia that he's on. But the bike beside him, a 1035 at 143 miles per hour. Now, Wesley Andrews in the Aeroflow lane. Now, this next race should be good, Mark. Father versus son.
Yeah.
Michael Riches down here on the C-Class street bike, which has had a bit of a modification. Michael's put an extended swing arm on it and a little bit of a nitrous system on it as well. And he's taking on his dad on board the Indian. Because Michael raced this bike last year. But it's a great sounding bike, that Victory. But Michael's bike, 750 Jexa. Just had to baby it off the line there. 0.031 on the tree. That's excellent. And runs on 1052 at 133.
And 13.899 miles an hour. Yeah, that Suzuki just sounded sensational.
I love the lower capacity bikes. They just scream and they sound mental. Yeah. I love them.
Well, Aeroflow out and gone. 10-1, 141 miles an hour to an 11.8.
Well, we got this Harley that we saw come in on the back of a trailer earlier. This thing is so clean you could eat off it. And it's got the big ape hangers up there as well. And I'll tell you what, I wouldn't want to be riding with the ape hangers that high, but you know, to try and corner it would be hard. But in full Yankee style, picks up the front, 1.89 to 60, and the big Harley down the Aeroflow lane with an 1187 and 114.
13.2, 101 miles an hour for the rocket lane. Well, I'll tell you what, there must be plenty of cubes on that thing.
Well, I reckon there would be. But, yeah, just the idea of launching a bike with your hands up like that, yeah, no thank you.
And it's got that huge front wheel on it too.
Yeah, exactly.
Everything's there to point you straight to the stars.
I'm glad he was careful on the clutch then, because the way it popped up, I think it grabbed him by surprise as well. As the bike down here in the rocket lane is finding out too, he's got the kangaroo hop going on off the start line. And goes 12.15 with the 9, but yeah, it's not like racing on the street.
No, it's not at all. You're getting a lot of traction, especially on a bike. Not a bad pass here. These guys pretty much neck and neck. 11.9, 108 miles an hour, I think it is. 118 miles an hour to a 12.0.
Well, two good strong burnouts there from either side of the track from our two-wheel brigade. You know what, DJ Prowse, I actually have to agree with you on that one. To ride that Harley with that in that style of setup, yeah, I don't think it'd be everybody's cup of tea. However, in America, we've seen it. You know, with the videos, some of the bikes go over there, they're crazy. Well, that's right, Bam. You need, you need big, to ride a bike. I totally agree with you. I'm actually up here in the studio with two guys that ride bikes. All right, we got the Skoda down here in the Aeroflow lane. He's got the Australian flag on top of the car for our Australia Day theme night. Tell you what, you know, this is another one of these Volkswagen byproducts that, you know, for me, they're actually, I quite like them. I know they use them a lot overseas, particularly in cycling as a vehicle. It usually sits behind the riders for the road racing. But they've got a bit of up and go with these things.
Well, as we've seen of everything that virtually comes out of the Audi, BMW, VW factory, they got the right running gear. And they interchange so much of the stuff.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you what, 14.26 out of that Skoda wagon.
Yeah, Skoda never really had a big following in Australia. It's just hasn't really taken off probably the way they would like it to.
No, and it's funny you say that because the Skoda Octavia wagon, the VRS with the turbo in it, you know, it is quite a quick car.
Yeah.
And you're right, Mark. You know, it's strange that it hasn't taken off because really, you know, they're now with Cooper coming into the country, which is another one of the Volkswagen byproducts as well. I think Skoda are going to find it even harder.
Yeah, I've got a friend who's got a Skoda, and they just absolutely love it.
Yeah,
it just does everything right, and yeah, it's.
Well, guys, down on track now in the Aeroflow lane is Mia Olive, the daughter of Shane Olive. Mia didn't want me to say that. She doesn't want me to interview her, but I might have to.
Yeah,
I have to go down with the bike and
yeah.
interview Mia. Last time Mia raced, she unfortunately broke the car, so hopefully tonight she doesn't break it again. But it's great to see her out racing.
She's back out, that's the main thing.
That's exactly right.
Yeah.
And look at that, Mia, 2.71 in the 60.267 on the tree.
She's very, very easy off the line, though. Yeah.
And I think it's a little old model Daihatsu Charade down there in the rocket lane.
You get a little turbo sticker on the back of it.
A little 14.1 out of that thing. That's not bad. Yeah, I know. Thank you for bringing that up, Ben. As the Falcon has a little bit of fun in the burnout.
Yeah, he's sort of putting a bit of effort into that.
I reckon.
Yeah.
Speaking about Fords, have you heard from Mr. Galvin?
Mate, strange you say that. I was talking to him yesterday. I haven't spoken to him for ages. Yeah, I thought I'd better give him a ring, so I was having a yak to him. He's been a very busy man, and his new house up the coast, he's doing all these renovations and building big garages and stuff. So, yeah, he's keeping himself busy. Be like a little ant, mate, running around all everywhere.
Well, he needs room to put his Fords in.
Yeah, he does, yeah. Mate, needs somewhere to pack the rust.
Surprised he hasn't got a boat yet.
Oh, he's got a boat.
Oh, has he got a boat?
Yeah, he's had a boat for
right.
years, yeah.
Right.
It kills him, it's got a Chev in it.
Well, I'll tell you what, the two Falcons side by side. Great run there, 15.31 to a 15.52. Don't forget, guys, this Friday and Saturday here at Sydney Dragway, we've got Top Fuel, Pro Alcohol, Pro Slammer, and we've also got the Pro Mods.
Going to be
here
massive,
this week.
massive.
And of course, all the sportsman brackets as well.
Yep.
Going to be a massive weekend of racing. And for Top Fuel, it's going to be interesting because they're straight into racing on both days.
Oh, okay, yep.
There's no warm-up practice. They're straight into it. Mia Olive coming up the return road. Mia, great pass there.
She's just ignored you.
Oh, she's shaking her head. Don't be like that, Mia. You're out there having a go and you're having fun, and that's the main thing.
Is indeed. And if you do break it, you only got to push it down to the pits.
That's exactly right. I mean, Shane did say to me earlier, he goes, "Oh, that's just a starter motor for the fuel car," and he's standing there pretending to pull a cord like you do for a lawnmower.
Little zip starter.
Yeah, a little zip starter. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Nah, me, you should be very proud of that car. It's a beautiful looking car. You keep it clean. Hard Revs just asked Mark, what's with all the Fords? I can't answer that,
No.
Hard Revs. I'm sorry, mate. I can't answer it.
Nah. We've got another Tirana down there, got a red LJ.
Oh, beautiful.
Is that an Alpha?
It is an Alpha.
Yeah.
Yep.
So we've got a fair few European cars. I sort of thought we would have a lot more Aussie cars.
Yeah, I thought we'd have a lot more Holdens and Fords, especially some chrome bumper stuff coming out tonight.
Yeah, I just ignored that comment. What'd you say? yeah.
All right, the Falcon up against the Beamer. And the little Beamer, much better in the 60. Whether the Falcon will get around him, I doubt it because...
I agree with you. I don't think he is.
No, which is surprising, actually. I thought the BMW would get gunned down by the Falcon, but looks like that German engineering is being put to good use. All right, the Mazda MPS, Mazda 6. Great to have a Mazda out there. And, of course, the Honda down here in the Aeroflow lane. It's not Miss R.
First timer?
Yep. Great to have plenty of first timers here.
Is indeed. Yep, it's great to see him out. Oh, Stewie.
Yeah.
Hatchback Tirana just rolling in too, mate.
Ah, beautiful.
Hey, they're coming from everywhere.
They must have known you were commentating
And
tonight,
another
mate.
VK.
Well, the Mazda over the Honda, a 1542 to a 1501. Still a very good pass there from the Integra.
Yeah.
As we got this Volkswagen Golf. Now, this one, I think from memory, is relatively quick. Maybe not quite as quick as the Galano engineering
That's quick.
Golf that ran into the 9-second bracket towards the end of last year.
That is insane, that car.
And, of course, towards the end of last year, too, we had the Pro Street Evos come out and put a fair bit of a show on.
Yeah, you like to see cars that are on the ragged edge.
Yeah.
Just watch those guys put in the 400-metre passes. They were insane. Very impressive.
And the record got broken twice in one night.
Yeah, it did.
So,
wow. Well, there you go, Stu. 11.0127 miles an hour out of a Golf to a 15.3.
she's not far off getting a 10, is it?
No, not at all.
Oh, this Falcon down here looks pretty clean. In the
It's
rocket
a
lane.
Lexus.
Yeah, the Lexus, the sexy Lexi. Well, I'll tell you what, the Falcon out with a 1.85 in the 60. I think he's getting around the Lexus close to three-quarter track and a 10.85, 134. Thank you very much. What a great pass there from that Falcon.
Great pass, yeah. He just really just spooled it up on the line and then just pointed and shot. Gone.
Well, hopefully we see plenty more of these quick barrel-powered Falcons throughout the year.
Yep.
All right.
The more you watch of things, Stu, and I know, you know, like you read a lot of stuff and, you know, like you watch a lot of stuff on TV, that the barriers are just finding their way into so many different cars.
Oh, they are.
You know, like some of these guys doing their builds, and they've gone away from the V8s and everything now, where you got some of these motors out there. You know, it's just unbelievable.
Well, I think the thing for me too, and I know it's not exactly a car that you would envision to go drag racing in, but when Toyota stopped making these V8, Land Cruisers, and they bring in this new 6 turbo that they've got, that will be interesting in years to come, whether somebody takes it. I don't know whether it's going to be a diesel or petrol, but if it's petrol, be interested to see whether someone has the nous to go, you know what, let's see if we can put this in something else, and let's see what we can do with it.
Yeah, because we know that they do build a really good motor.
Yeah.
And sort of setting twin turbo straight from the start.
Yeah.
Like it's a really good base to start from. I think the only thing you might struggle with, which is within all the Land Cruisers, they're big motors.
Yes, that's right. Yeah. Yeah, that's 100% right. That's probably going to be the clincher. All right, we got Boost back again here at Sydney Dragway as the BMW rips it up in the Burnout.
Well, that was a huge effort.
It's not very often I say BMW and big Burnout in the same sentence, but, unless it's got a blown V8 in it, which I have seen before. But it's great to see Boost here tonight, this beautiful Falcon. Been racing here for a fair while. Oh, unfortunately, a red light there from the Beamer.
Well, 13.4, 105 for the Beamer and a 13.0, 116 for the Ute. Another Falcon Ute down in the Aeroflow lane up against the Honda Civic.
Actually, Croydon Racing Developments just put a post up on their website. One of their customers has got an Integra with a K-Series motor, and they've done some work to it. It's more a street car, not a race car, but it sounds like it's got all the goodies in it. And I really hope we can see that car out here at Sydney Dragway one day, because we've seen what the Integras can do, and we know what Croydon can do. They are masters when it comes to tuning and engine building. And a 1462 there to the Honda with a 20.04. See, Ben, there's a good race. I could put the Rocket up against the Honda.
We've got a good set of number plates on the VW down here, D and A.
Now, Hard Revs, Mark, is asking, can you guys put a call out for some Holdens to the lanes, please? Thanks.
Mate, they're all sitting out there waiting for something decent to race, though.
Yeah, oh, that Ute there, ad 6, has got a little bit sideways.
You can't half see where he went, can you?
No.
Just follow the tyre marks. It's got a big zigzag right in the centre of it.
All right, we've got the Holden Ute up against the Falcon. Oh, I'll tell you what. That's definitely a contender.
Yep.
Of course, I've got the $500 Odyssey battery voucher sitting right next to me, and Mark and I have got to decide who's done the best Burnout. Doesn't matter if it's a car or a bike.
Yep. And the Ute takes a win, 14.0, 102 miles an hour, or 15.2.
Oh, the Falcon. He's gone, you know what? I can do it too. Because being a theme night, ladies and gentlemen, we don't actually have burnouts on this evening. And also due to the top fuel round as well. That's the other reason why we're not running the burnouts tonight. But it is our Australian Day themed theme night. We've got a few cars out here that have got that. Oh!
Gee. Yeah.
All right, two tough, old-school, chrome-bumpered Aussie muscle cars down on track at the moment. We've got the Tirana up against the big Falcon. That Falcon is tough.
Well, plenty of revs in that Burnout, wasn't it?
Oh,
nice and crisp. We've got the LC four-door Tirana. It's got the air cleaner poking out of the bonnet right in the middle where it should be.
Tell you what, they behave themselves off the line too, don't they, those cars? The drivers really know how to get the best out of them in that first 60 foot of the racetrack, and 11.61 there for the Falcon to a 13.01. As we've got this black Commodore Ute out here, which looks like it's got a fairly decent set of rubber on the rear end of it. He's taking on the RPM Motorsports VK. Mad Kale Mark, if you've just done a burnout in your Reg Grundies, mate, I don't think I really want to see that photo, mate. And I don't think anybody else would want to see that too.
I actually think that puts you into disqualification.
Yeah, I think so too, mate.
Over trying.
That's it. Well, the VK, a bit of a hop, skip and jump off the start line, Mark, but he's had to pull out of it. Went 1.75 in the 60, but there was a lot of movement in that car.
Yeah, you've done the right thing, and we've had a couple of cars leave the line and getting really out of shape. If you do launch the car out and you're feeling it's moving round, just ease out of it.
Yeah.
Because believe me, there has been, you know, like so many cars that haven't and come to grief. The track is very unforgiving. It'll bite and it will just point you to the most closest concrete thing that's going, which is a wall. So yeah, just do yourself a favour, step out of it. You got plenty more passes to go.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you what, .015 on the tree there from the VF. That's about probably the best reaction time that I've seen this evening. And a 12.56 for the VF. All right, this VR VS Commodore is making all the right noises. Big turn of the tyre off the start line, especially out of that right-hand side tyre. I can see the tyre mark right on the start line, but 2.01 in the 60 and still runs on through, and 11.47 at 124.
Yeah, so imagine that thing once it starts to get, you know, like full traction off the line.
Well, we've got this Silver Falcon down here that's come in on the back of a trailer. The boys have been away for a little while. I haven't seen them race. It's good to have them back for the first Wednesday night for Aeroflow Race for real here at Sydney Dragway. This car's very much, I would say, a test mule, but I tell you what, It looks like a heap of fun to have a drive of. The Ute, though, down there in the Aeroflow lane, just struggling to get that car off the line.
(12.2), 117 miles an hour, and a 15.7 at 94 miles an hour. I think both cars there, Stu, were really sort of struggling in that 60 foot. The 60 foot time's way down, and yeah, that as you say, you know, they're probably in the testing processes of building those cars. So.
All right, we've got the Naughty G down on track now in the Aeroflow lane, the Mercedes SUV. And he's taking on the big VF Commodore, which has been out here a few times before here at Sydney Dragway, but off the line with the 1.65 mark, but then was out of it.
Yeah, banged on the limiter, and you could just hear it bouncing. I'll tell you what, Merc, 12.5. Big car.
That's quick.
Yeah, and 14.3 for the Commodore.
A little bit of liquid, though, that popped out of the Mercedes. So we'll just have to give that a bit of a clean up. Looks like we're going to have, I think, Brian down there in the rocket lane in his Commodore, about to take on Sammy Joe in her Commodore. Of course, guys, on a Wednesday night, if we get enough cars and bikes or entrants in general, we do run our reaction time and prize contest. It's $300 for first, $200 for second, and $100 for third. Now, bear in mind too, guys, they have to be street cars, and they've got to be street registered.
Yep.
All right, the two Commodore. Oh, Sammy Joe, .001 on the tree. Thank you very much. Now, from memory, that car is manually shifted as well.
Yep. And
goes at 12.99 with a 5, 114. Well, Mark, we always say practice makes perfect. And, wow, that's going to be hard to beat. All right, the big Nissan Patrol. First timer.
Yep.
With the big V8 in it.
Be interesting to see how this thing goes.
Well, we had one out here towards the end of last year, and I was actually surprised at how quick it went.
Yeah.
But having said that, I don't know if it was modified or not. He's going to be taking on the Commodore, which at a turn of the tyres off the start line goes 1.65 in the 60, nice and straight down the Aeroflow lane, and a 10.96 with an 8 at 129. Great pass.
Well, 15.6 out of the Patrol.
Yeah.
Like, how much does that car weigh?
They have to weigh. That'd have to be on.
Wouldn't it? It would. Like, mate, it's got electrics for electrics.
Yes.
You know, everything is overloaded with computer management.
And all the four-wheel drive gear in it as well.
Oh, look at this Cortina. It is just so loaded up.
Dog 302.
Yeah. What a great pass. 11.2, 119 to an 11.7, 118.
Well, I'm keen to see how this Tirana goes down here in the rocket lane.
I know you won't hear me, Mark, but this is a very tidy accident.
This one, yeah, no, I'll agree with you. It is. It is a clean, tidy car. Don't go much for the Perspex windows, but yeah.
I'm sure about that bonnet scoop.
Yeah.
But that's personal taste. He built it for himself, not for me.
Well, the traditional red versus blue. Great to see this AU Falcon back again tonight as well. It's got the radials on the rear end of it.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a hint that there's something special there, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Okay, just rolling both these cars out at the moment.
Where's Matty Cat? Oh, yeah, isn't that amazing? Bill's down there. Quite not fashionably late, so you were here before we started.
Okay, both cars rolling back in. Tirana's in and locked.
Well, the Tirana with a 1.75 in the 60, nice and straight down the rocket lane. An 11.05 with a 1. Great pass from that car.
It was a great pass. Well, the Falcon out 60-footed him. He went out at a 1.6, Tirana out at a 1.7, but just the horsepower carried it through.
Just couldn't capitalise. I wonder if I don't know whether they've both got similar horsepower, but I'm wondering if the weight of the Tirana probably benefited him.
Surprisingly enough, if he's got all the normal Tirana gear in it, it probably isn't too far off the same weight.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, a bit of flash of flame out of the pipes of that Commodore down there. The AU Falcon with the radials on it. Doing the chasing, but the Commodore running on through with a 12.85 and an 11.32 there for the AU Falcon. This beautiful looking Ford Ute.
Sounds nice and sweet, doesn't it?
Ah, it's beautiful. I've been down on the start line a previous race for reals.
Yep.
And just standing next to it when he's doing a burnout, it just sounds so nice. I mean, up here, you and I got the cans on.
Yeah.
So it does muffle it a little bit. But when you're down on the deck...
Oh.
Big turn of the tyres there, though, from the Falcon.
Done the right thing, just got out just as slightly so it caught traction again and then just started feeding it back into it.
All right, Smokin Joe Sabello went 9.1 on his previous pass.
I'll tell you one thing, Stu, the old Skyline starting to look a little bit tatty.
It is.
It's got dents in the roof, it's got dents in the bonnet. It's got a lot of racing scars on it.
It does.
Might be time to step up into the Commodore or into his, what was the other one he was
The 180 SX?
Yeah, the 180, yeah.
Well, that's a bit better, Joe. 1.40 in the 60.
Still a bit off because it usually runs a 1.3s.
Yeah.
Goes 9.1, 146, so just a little bit off. Probably carrying a bit of that Christmas weight.
Yeah. No. Well, he told me he's been chasing the grandkids around, so I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah, I was going to say he's looking a bit skinnier. All right, we're back into the bikes. Well, this rider down here in the rocket lane just struggling to keep that front wheel down on the gear changes. I mean, I respect anybody that can throw their leg over a bike and go drag racing. It's great to see this man back here at Sydney Dragway from Sydney Random Rides. Matt Duff, the Duff man, is back in the house on his Harley.
Definitely love these big swing-armed bikes. Geez, they look tough.
They do, don't they? I'll tell you what, Matt out with a 1.91 on the Harley. And a 10.27, 144 for the rider in the Aeroflow lane to an 11.97. Man, that is quick. Michael Richards back out on the 750 Jexer.
Tell you what, 2 good reaction times as well, Stu. As much as you if you're a Harley fan, you got to appreciate the Jap bikes. They got the right sound and they just produce plenty of horsepower for a light bike.
Yeah, love the high revving bikes. Well, RC, it's not too far away, and we've got our friend back out on the big Harley with the big ape hangers. Tell you what, the rider in the Aeroflow lane doing a great job. 10.13.
Yeah.
Oh, man, that's quick.
It is. 11.6, 122 miles an hour for the rocket lane. We'll just watch the front wheel on this Harley.
I'll tell you what, though, 1.97 in the 60 from him. And a 12.00 with the 6 at 114. Great pass there from the big Harley.
And 13.1 at 100 miles an hour even for the rocket lane.
Well, it's great to see one of our female racers back out racing here on the bikes. And I think that's Wesley Andrews down there in the Aeroflow lane. 1.666 in the 60 for him, and rolls out of it, still goes 9.87.
Yeah, got out of that real early.
Because Michael used to run that bike with an extended swing arm, then he converted back to a standard swing arm on the bike, but it's still super quick. Well, the bike's certainly putting on a fantastic show here tonight at Aeroflow, a race for real. It's our Australia Day themed night.
13.1 to an 11.4.
Now, actually, a bit of news during the day too, Mark, in the world of bikes. Apparently, Honda are apparently might be pulling out his World Superbike.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, it came up today on one of my feeds that I was having a look at, which is a shame, but hey, that's life, isn't it? You know.
Well, it is. Yeah, you see a lot of these big manufacturers that just make that choice, and they move away from it for whatever reason.
Well, I can see on our little monitor up here in the studio, Mark, the Lamb Speed Yaris is not too far away from coming out. Put your hands together, guys. What a burnout there in the Aeroflow lane. Yeah, I think so too, Ben.
Watched a very interesting documentary, Stu, the other day from over in Italy, the demise of the Pininfarina factory.
Yes.
Of how that all happened and how it went downhill, and they signed contracts with Cadillac.
Cadillac, really?
To build Cadillacs over there and then fly them over to America.
Wow.
They built this huge factory with everything in it, test tracks, the whole lot for this car, and they only sold 20,000 cars and it just fell over.
Wow.
Then they sort of went through a couple of other different versions of cars to try and keep the factory going, but yeah, it just shut down.
Jeez.
Pininfarina is just massive in, like Ferraris. You only see that badge on the bottom, and Alphas and all, a lot of the supercars.
Yeah. Wow. Do you think they'd do that? Put a factory there and then fly them over? That's that's different.
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
Oh. Tell you what, the bike down in the rocket lane, picking up the front wheel on the hit. Well, 10.76 though from that bike, 129 miles per hour. Great stuff there.
And he stabbed those brakes a bit early too, just before he got to the line.
Yeah, I noticed a few of them are just taking it a little bit easy down the deep end. All right, guys, we're going to throw up to some ads, And we'll be back very, very soon here at Aeroflow Race for Real.
Bang shift shifters from Aeroflow Performance are truly the modern shifter for the modern age. Featuring a full bespoke billet case, all shifters are designed for right-hand drive vehicles with an LED lit gear position indicator. Available in either ratchet or gated options, as well as OEM replacement shifters for popular Holden and Ford vehicles. A large range of bang shift spares are available for each shifter that includes shifter cables, brackets, lever and gate kits, trans brake buttons and drop boxes for the ideal mounting solution. Shift into gear and check out a full listing at aeroflowperformance.com.
How would it be if we funded a pilot program for you to run that enabled you to bring some vision impaired kids onto the Saints Play program?
Oh wow, that would mean the world. My reward is the smile on the kids' faces.
And since you've given so much to others, we'd also like to do something for you personally. But how would it feel if Pepper sent you, your partner, and your daughter Molly to the Gold Coast for a few days?
Yeah, awesome. I don't know what to say. It amazes me. Thank you very much.
Stay informed, up to date and entertained thanks to the Western Weekender. The Western Weekender is Penrith's leading free and local newspaper, delivering the best content from on-the-ground journalists and providing businesses with direct access to potential customers. News, sport, entertainment, puzzles and so much more. The Western Weekender is the heartbeat of Penrith and it's out every Thursday. Get your free copy at selected locations in the area, home delivered, or check out westernweekender.com.au.
Well, Adam Kazmiri in the lean speed Toyota Yaris on the brakes just after half track. And cruises on through with a 12.10 with a 5, 1.62 in the 60 there for the lean speed Yaris.
How many gears did he just change?
I don't
that
know.
thing just kept changing all the way down through there.
It's not named Speed.
And you're right, Mark. You know, it's got that definitive sound to it.
Yes.
And with that sequential gearbox that's in it,
Yep.
that would be a hell of a lot of fun to drive around on the circuit. As we got the Focus out there up against the Falcon.
Well, he's doing a great job.
Oh, he's focused on winning the race.
Yeah.
You can do that right here and now. Running on through with a 14.76, 96 miles per hour. As we got the Mustang down on track.
Okay, just waiting on the Mustang to come in.
Well, the Mustang out with a 2.17, 0.441 on the tree on his reaction time. The Falcon next to him is just running his own race. 12.89 there for the Mustang.
And 15.5, 92 miles an hour for the Falcon.
Oh, this brings back memories. The single cab chassis ute. Admittedly, mine was a B250, not a Hilux, but now, of course, there's been a bit of talk during the week in relation to Toyota with an updated Hilux.
Yep.
That's coming in the future. And, you know, these current ones that they've got a 5-speed manual in them. And how they come out with the 6, I probably would have owned one of the petrol ones.
Okay, yep.
I'm interested to see whether Toyota step up and put a 6-speed in the base model. Because if they do, I'd probably consider buying one. And then if it's petrol, I'll play with it.
Well, I must say, like, mine's a diesel. And it has no shortage of power.
Yeah.
It just, like, you just cruise around and it just, you know, goes around like an old diesel. But the moment you put the boot into it, it goes really well.
All right, the UC Tirana down here in the Rocket Lane. Not a car that you see around very often. Taking you on the Golf.
Yeah, they were the ugly version of the Tiranas.
Yeah.
Was rather angry.
Was it UC? Yeah, you got to put an angry motor in them.
You know, I got rid of the Starfire.
Yeah,
Performance boat anchor.
that's it. You take the rods out and throw the rest away.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Because I heard that.
Well, so Jutsi said he's been working with this bloke and he happened to mention something about Jambo. Apparently he's got a white RX-7, airbrushed with skulls, etc. all over it. I like the sound of that already with 13B Bridgeport in it.
Wow, that's the way.
Oh, I hope we get to see that car, Sawyer. That sounds awesome.
13Bs are good, but, you know, you'd have to go 20B.
Ah, look, you know, I don't care.
Just for the sound of it.
Oh, yeah. Actually, I saw a car on Facebook the other day. It was a Mazda and had a quad rotor in.
Yeah.
I'm like, yes. They sound fat.
Yeah.
All right, the Honda up against the Falcon. Yeah, I don't know what the Honda was doing. 4.87 reaction time. Mind you, the Falcon wasn't that much better. 3.60 reaction time. Still goes 13.96 to a 15.38. As we got the Mazda MPS about to make its way out. First timer, welcome to Sydney Dragway.
Actually, they're look like they're both first timers, Stu.
Yeah. Just to all our competitors, guys, when you are sitting in the little staging area before the little burnout part, just make sure you keep an eye on Tara. She will tell you when, number one, when you can come forward, and secondly, she will tell you when you can start your burnout. So, guys, just do keep your eye on Tara. All right, the Falcon just warming up those rear bags. Great to see a lot of cars and bikes in the lanes. Mark and I are looking on the screen up here in the studio, and that is such a great look.
It's good to see him there going up all around the corner and down towards the Fuel Cafe.
Yeah. Oh. Must welcome all our interstate races that have already turned up for this weekend's Australia Day Top Fuel Round here at Sydney Dragway. Welcome, guys. Welcome back to Sydney. Well, a little Daihatsu charade. I did not expect that burnout out of that car. Looks like the Mazda's got a few little issues, which is something I don't like to put in one sentence, but unfortunately that's the way it goes. Yes, Ben, I put it in one sentence. Thanks. I'll tell you what, guys, I hope you're enjoying all the action. If you're watching via YouTube and Facebook Live, hope you're enjoying all the action. We've got a great roll-up of cars and bikes.
I'll tell you what, the Mustang that's just down in the burnout box down the rocket lane is very impressive, Stu.
Yeah, Bosmy was here, I think he was here actually at the last race for real for
Really?
2023. Yeah. It is a tough sounding Coyote as the charade has got the wobble on. Still wobbling around.
A bit of torque steer.
I think he's been watching those Evos towards the end of last year and gone, well, if they can do it, I can do it too. G'day, Jet. Hope you're enjoying all the action there, mate. You always wanted an extra rotor for your 13B. I don't blame you. Do not blame you one bit.
You get fat if you keep having Doritos.
Oh, I didn't want to change.
No.
No, not happy at all. Yeah, wasn't it? It just
Didn't sound.
No,
Didn't
no.
sound like it did last time it came out. As the Golf is up against this turboed Falcon. The Falcon, though, just moving around a little bit to the 60-foot mark.
Yeah, the Golf is just out and gone. 11.1, 118 miles an hour to a 12.0, 119 miles an hour.
Well, unfortunately tonight we haven't got any of our 10-second golfs here this evening.
No.
There's certainly a platform that has come in leaps and bounds over the years here in our off-street drag racing here at Sydney Dragway. It's fantastic to see. And we love variety here.
Yep. And it's good to see these guys like these tuners that are out there at the moment, that what they're getting out of these Golfs and Audis, and it's just unbelievable without even breaking the motor open. It's all just bolt on and tune.
It's quite funny too, because I mean, you look at a lot of the guys that have got the V8s.
Yep.
And I mean no disrespect to them at all, but you know, these as you said, these 4-cylinder motors that have just come in leaps and bounds.
Yeah.
And they're running times as quick, if not quicker.
Yep. Yeah, for sure.
Quite a few years ago, a company in Greece was getting 200 horsepower per litre out of the A-class Mercedes. 600 oil horsepower.
Yeah.
Well, this BMW making all the right noises, and we got the first timer down here in the Ford territory. I did see Sam from Hurstville Towing floating around. G'day, Sam. Welcome to the first Aeroflow Race for Real for 2024. And the Ford territory, 2.41 on the 60 for that car.
The Beamer just out and gone. 12.4, 119 miles an hour to a 16.0, 93 miles an hour.
Yeah, a little bit of liquid out of that BMW. Billy just giving the start line just a little bit of a quick mop. As we've got the Alfa Romeo out here. Now, this is another brand of car that we don't see here at Race for Real all that often. It's a bit like a Fiat. You know, you very rarely do we call Fiats out here either, but we did towards the end of last year, so...
God, the Alfa would be devastated now, Stewie.
Yeah.
You called it a Fiat.
Well, no, I mean, fix it again, Tony, but, you know, if I could say that in Italian, I would, but I can't, so... And please, if you're watching the live stream, guys, please don't put that on the live stream. Don't get me started. No, but I mean how to say it in Italian. That's all, you know.
Fix it again, that dog thing.
Especially you, Psyop. I'm watching you. Well, I'm kidding. All right, got the BMW up against Boost. Yeah, well, MCM, I'm not surprised at all. Bench. Tell you what, Mark, we've got a pretty good crowd up in the stands as well for our first Aeroflow Race for Real for 2024. Hope you guys are enjoying all the racing this evening. Hope you've also had a chance to go for a wander through the pits and have a look at some of the fuel cars and the pro alcohol cars that are already here this weekend.
Yep. Yeah, it's actually a great time to turn up tonight.
Yeah.
You got all the eye candy sitting down out there. We've got a huge turnout of cars. It's just sensational.
It is.
It's a great setup for the year, isn't it?
It is, and it's, look, everybody's got over Christmas, New Year. You know, the kids are almost back at school. It's time to let some stress out, and what better way to let some stress out than come out here to Sydney Dragway.
100%.
And as I said in my live feed earlier today, you know, Wednesday night, this is our church.
Yep.
And this is where we come out to see all our mates and have a chin wag.
Golf just goes cruising on through 13.0, 105 miles an hour to a 16.5, 86 miles an hour. Falcon up against Commodore Ute.
Yes, Commodore Ute, He's been out here. He's having a lot of fun. I mean, we love to see return customers, as any business would, but look, to see a lot more first-timers coming out as well and just giving it a crack. Some new faces, which is always fantastic. We welcome every single one of you as this Falcon decides, you know what? The last Burnout was good. I'm going to see if I can outdo myself. Put your hands together, Sydney, the Falcon. I'll tell you what, ladies and gentlemen, I've got to say, towards the end of last year, when we had the Burnout pad running, the Falcons have actually started to outdo the Commodores on the Burnout pad as well. Yeah. So, just goes to show that you know, you can do it in drag racing, but you know, you can also do it in burnouts as well. And last week I was actually up at Twin Lakes Automotive, caught up with Bryce, who owns the business. Of course, he drives the burnout car, Whoops, and caught up with a guy by the name of Shane Mullins, who used to do a lot of burnouts back in the day. And Shane actually turned around to me, Mark, and he said, "I'm keen to come back, Stu." He said, I need to come back and let some steam off, mate. I need to get the car back out and get back on the burnout pad. Scotty Diver down there from Ichiban Performance in his WRX. This is their shop car that they're doing a lot of R&D with. And Mark and I and Steve have been very fortunate that we'd be able to see the journey that it's been done with this car.
It's good to see the progress they make in the cars with just minimal changes. And you know, like we've talked about it many times, Stu, that, you know, with a car, you don't do a dozen changes. No. You do a change, run it for it, see what it does, what changes have made. You're going forward, you're going backwards, you know your progression from there. And then, you know, once you've got that sorted, you go to the next change. And these guys have just been doing the right changes every time and getting some really good comebacks on it, on the performance they're getting out of it, you know, like, and especially with their following. They've virtually got a cult following out there, haven't they? With all the guys within the Subarus and the other vehicles that they do.
And as Mark and I and Steve say a fair bit too, guys, you know, if you've got a car out here, and you've had some work done to it by a particular shop, hey guys, let us know. We're happy to help get their name out via the live stream and here at Sydney Dragway too, because how do you know if there's not somebody that's sitting up in the crowd watching the racing tonight, they see a car go down, like Scottish, for example, Ichiban Performance, they're like, hang on, what did Ichiban do?
Yeah.
You know, gives them a chance, you know, to either jump on their phone quickly while they're up in the stand and go, oh, geez, that's what they do, and this is what they're doing here on a Wednesday night. Get your business name out there, guys, and be known.
Yeah, exactly. Yep. Yeah, because you don't know, like there could be, you know, like half a dozen guys out there at the moment trying to do the same thing you're doing and struggling. You've found a solve to it, or someone who can fix it. Yeah. Yeah, it's great to be able to put that out there, and those 6 blokes have been just struggling now, having a way of getting that car.
That's exactly right. Couldn't have put it any better myself, Mark. Oh, this Commodore is back out now. Looks very unassuming, doesn't it?
It does, yeah. It's a sleeper, except for those back wheels.
Yeah.
Those back tyres just give it away.
Certainly is making all the right noises. Speaking about making all the right noises, this weekend we're about to shake the foundations of Sydney Dragway. Top Fuel is in the house. And, of course, if you haven't been out the back yet, guys, of course, a lot of the teams are here. They're already setting up. I know the Rapasadas are setting up all their cars. Of course, Kyle Putland, who's made the trip over from WA. Kyle's here. And I've got to say, Mark, you know, I obviously don't commentate on Top Fuel, but I love reading about Top Fuel. And it's a really good story with Kyle Putland. You know, they're a relatively new team to Top Fuel, but those guys are just slowly creeping up on it. They're just getting quicker and quicker. And, you know, I'm a big fan of the Saney team. From back in the day.
Yes.
You know. And I wouldn't say they were the underdogs, but you know what, they were out there having a go. And you know, for me, Kyle Putland is the feel-good story at the moment of Top Fuel. And if you're coming here this weekend to Sydney Dragway, well, I'll tell you what, you're going to see it firsthand.
Yeah,
You're going to see Kyle rock and rolling down one of the best drag strips in Australia. And, you know, I really, really want to see him run a 3 because I'll tell you, it'd be like when Terry Saney first ran their first 3. This place is going to erupt.
Yeah.
They're going to hear it from over the road and go, what's going on there? Well, let us tell you. So, you know, and we welcome back the Spinozzi team too. Of course, they've been out here testing the Sabello for door slammer.
Yep.
And they've done a few little aerodynamic changes to the car, and it hasn't enhanced its performance, but it's enhanced its stability a little bit of the car too.
Yep.
So, you know, we look forward to seeing Emilio and Adamo and Michael Marriott out here this weekend in the big Chevelle, the Terra Civil.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, Ben just made a valid point. They're not keeping all the secrets to themselves either. They're making it public on Facebook.
Yep.
And, you know, if it helps the class, well, you know, that's an advantage to everyone. So an absolute credit to the Terra Civil Pro Slammer team.
Yeah, it is. Well, it's really good sportsmanship, you know.
It is.
You know,
It is.
Like you've made a benefit in that, and to share it amongst all your group, and it keeps everyone on the same plane as well, doesn't it? You know, it keeps competitive amongst everyone.
That's right. And, you know, our sport is very much made on innovation.
Yep.
And it doesn't have to be, like you say, Mark, it doesn't have to be a huge innovation. It can be something small, but something small could transpire into something bigger. And if it's benefits that class, well, good on it.
Well, probably not the best pass out of the VK at the moment. Very untidy off the line, but it goes through 11.8, 114 miles an hour to a 15.1, 93 miles an hour for the big Chrysler.
Well, there's Commodore Ute about to take on the second of our late model Mustangs.
I'll tell you what, that looks a bit like Benj down there in the Mercedes.
Yeah,
Bit of him.
it does look like Benj.
What's going on, mate? You lent the Merc out?
You got your twin brother racing the Merc, do you?
Thought you might have charged the battery up on and got it started.
Well, from Area 51 Custom Performance, we've got the green ute out here. Of course, Eden, who normally races out here too in his big Caprice.
Yep.
Yeah, those guys have got an exciting year coming along. And I look forward to seeing Eden hopefully next week. I'll be catching up with Eden.
Okay.
So I'll be over at the workshop, seeing what's been going on and what the future plans are. So it's going to be a lot of fun. I cannot wait for that. But Area 51 Custom Performance, if you're thinking about putting nitrous on your car, definitely go and speak to Eden as the Mercedes. Just big turn of the tyres and scooted right, and as Mark said earlier, you want to get off it.
Yeah.
Hey, Pat.
Hey, big fella.
Hope you're well, buddy. We miss you, mate. You gonna bring that car of yours out soon, Pat?
Yeah. Blow the cobwebs off it. Don't let it scare you.
No. Give it a hit. Well, the CMV Performance Commodore down here in the Aeroflow lane running nitrous on it as well. And running on through an 1164. It's actually quite a tidy car, that one. I had a look at the interior, and it's custom interior, looking beautiful. The Aussie Day is going quite well, thanks, Pat. We've got a fair few Aussie cars. We've got some steel bumpered cars out here. We've got a little bit of late model stuff. So, yeah.
It's a good array. A nice LJ Tirana down in the Burnout box. $11.01.29 for the Aeroflow lane. And the big patrol goes through 15.0, 92 miles an hour.
That's impressive.
It is indeed. It's getting quicker every pass. With the VF Commodore up against this LJ.
Thank you, Ben. Thank you. Tell you what, he's not far off getting a 14 out of that car too, which is kind of scary for a car that big.
Yep.
Oh, good stuff. Pat said hopefully his car will be teched in 2 weeks. Then he'll be coming out and do some testing.
Sensational.
That's awesome, Pat. We can't wait to see the numbers you're going to get out of the car. I know how much work you've done to it, as does Mark. Of course, running the radials on the rear end of it, that'd be a lot of fun to have a drive. Speaking about radials, we've got the AU Falcon with the big set of radials on it. I can see Will from IHRA. He's not even watching the XD, he's just watching the AU Falcon.
He is indeed. He's mesmerised.
I think secretly he wants to drive it.
I think he just wants to go over and kiss it.
I'm glad you said kiss it.
Yeah.
Well, 1.80 in the 60 there for the AU Falcon. The XD, a 1.64. 1188, great pass from here, 1152. It's nice and consistent.
Wow.
For both cars.
Yeah, it is indeed. Yeah, it's a great pass out of the AU.
Yeah. Because it's not always about going super fast at this level. I mean, you are racing yourself. Of course, you want to run PBs, but, you know, if you can get the consistency and you get the bug, hey, you can step up to the New South Wales State Championship Series and go and run Street Fighter.
You can, yep.
Well, Dog 382, it's got the Cortina lean on it. Of course, one Cortina is not here tonight is Ross the Boss Bilby. I know Ross has got a new car that's in the build, so hopefully we'll see that very soon. The Cortina will be going back to street duties. Yeah, how good is that LJ from Pat?
It is sensational. It's good to see a nice, clean LJ Tirana, and then it just rolls out a nice 11-second pass.
Got the two R8 Club Sports down on track now, the BFs. Of course, there's a few very, very quick VF Commodores in the country. A few of them running radial tyres.
Yep, it is indeed. Running some very big miles an hour, 9-second passes.
Well, Mark, Gary Rice has just joined the stream and he said, howdy from South Carolina in the USA.
Excellent.
Welcome, Gary.
Welcome indeed. Enjoy.
Well, the two VFs almost side by side, 11.34 to an 11.68 as Smokin Joe Sabello comes out. A little bit tamer in the Burnout. He's taking on this very tough LX. Which from memory, I'm pretty sure that I've seen it at a New South Wales State Champ round.
Okay,
Or one of our big rounds running in Super Street, I think from memory.
There's definitely a bit of a sleeper in it. It's just pretty much standard body right round it. Yep.
All right, Joe's been 60-footing at 1.4. A little bit of a short, sharp burnout mark.
Well, both 2 good reaction times.
Great pass there out of the Tirana too, 10.94.
Yep. Yeah, Joe's car's just a little bit off to where it usually is. It's usually in those high 8-second passes, and it 60 foots at a mid 1.3. So yeah, just a tad off.
But of course, last year, if you went here at Race for Real fairly regularly, Joe was running a set of drag radials on the rear end of that, or slick radial on that car, which had the stiffer sidewall. But the car just didn't like it, so he went, you know what, I'm going back to the full slick with the soft sidewalls, and it's brought the car back to what it was. We're into the bikes, and as I said earlier, guys, Sydney Random Riders, great supporters of Aeroflow Race for Real. And if you ride a bike and you want a great group to go for a ride with, guys, make sure you check out their Facebook page. Matt Duff, who's just down below us on board his Harley. He's a great supporter of motorcycle racing and also for street riding as well. And he gives great encouragement to every single person who says that they're a new rider. And I look at all the posts on Sydney Random Rides. I just want to say on that subject, just want to say a quick shout out to Eloise Bates, who's a bike rider as well from Sydney Random Rides. She's not long come out of surgery and still a little bit sore. But Eloise, we look forward to seeing you hopefully out here one day on your 650 Jexter.
I'll tell you what, Stu, we might go up to the big screen, take a little bit of a break, and we will be back with you very, very shortly here at Aeroflow Race for Real Aussie Day.
Boosted turbochargers from Aeroflow Performance are designed for the automotive enthusiast who wants optimal performance at a competitive price. We have a range of turbochargers in both ceramic ball bearing and 360-degree journal bearing options to suit your power goals from 200 up to 3,000 horsepower. To help turbocharge your vehicle, Aeroflow Performance also have a large range of turbocharger accessories. From steam pipe turbo manifolds, external wastegates, and intake and exhaust solutions, you can have your car boosted and running. Check out aeroflowperformance.com.
Speed Addict Clothing Co. Fast clothes for fast people. Shop now at speedaddictco.com.
Not just ticking boxes, not a bank.
Talk to Australia's real-life non-bank for home loans, car loans, personal loans. Pepper Money, the home of loan options.
Well, welcome back to Aeroflow Race for Real here at Sydney Dragway. And I'll tell you what, we're currently in the bikes, and we've had the 2 big Harleys going down the big ape hanger, a 12.12 at 113 miles per hour. It's great to see all the bike guys back. We feel like the family is complete now on a Wednesday night. It isn't Race for Real without our 2-wheel brothers and sisters out here having a lot of fun. And you probably come back on the stream at the right time too, Benj, because keep your eye on the Aeroflow lane. That's pretty sure that's Wesley Andrews, and he buttoned off well before the finishing line. But we know this bike is super quick. It's pretty much on par with Wally Hoster on his stock wheelbase Jexter that he rides, the 1000cc. Mike Sampson has just joined the stream, Mark, and he's watching from Knoxville, Tennessee.
Oh, wow.
Welcome, Mike. It's great to have some of our US of A drag racing family tuning in to watch off-street drag racing, our Australian theme night here at Sydney Dragway. And, of course, all our regulars, we do thank you guys for all your support, just watching our live stream and seeing what we do down here in Australia, and to all our regulars from all around the country as well, guys. You're very much part of the family. But most of all, to everybody that is sitting on the hill and down in the viewing area, guys, welcome to Sydney Dragway. It ain't a race meet without our fans here.
I think most of them are Holden supporters, Stu.
I think we're going to have to take a vote. Yeah, it's our Australian theme night, so if you're in the crowd, guys, put your hands up if you're a Ford supporter. Are there any Ford supporters up in the crowd tonight?
I think there's someone right down the back that's leaving.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they put their hand up. I don't know.
Okay.
I could have been wrong.
Okay,
Yeah.
rightio. I thought that might have been a half arm. Guys, if you're up in the crowd, put your hands up if you're a Holden supporter. Oh, Mark, I think the Fords are outdoing all the Holden supporters.
Mate,
mate.
it looks like it. Yeah. I don't know what's going on.
I don't know.
I had both hands up.
Yeah. I'm sure there are some Holden fans up in the crowd, but they just don't want to put their hand up. Panel van man watching via the live stream, he said, hand up. He's a, I know you're a Holden man. Yeah, we know all about you, Panel Man Van. We know that. But look, as I said earlier, guys, look, to all our competitors, it is great to have you all here for the very first Aeroflow Race for Real. We must thank Aeroflow Performance for their continued support of off-street drag racing here. If you were down in the scrutineering shed, guys, there are the Aeroflow Performance catalogues that you can grab a hold of.
Yep.
And if you need anything for your car, guys, make sure you do check it out. They're always updating their database. Ooh, it's an RC car. Said he's a Holden man, but his wife's a Ford fan. Oh, Battleman Ben, I had my feet up too, Stu. Oh, Battleman Ben, I'm so glad he can't send photos to us. That would be an interesting sight. I think you would have burned Ben's eyes if you sent that photo through, just quietly. Oh, dear. Yeah. Yes. It would have got him blocked, yes. And we don't want that. Love it. Right, just waiting for that bike. It's just gone around the corner down the deep end. DJ Prowse says, we are a Holden fan. Family up here, so...
Sensational. Mate, I'll tell you what, I failed. My son is a mad rotary fan.
There's nothing wrong with that.
I don't know. I think he fell off a chair once or something and just, yeah. Yeah.
Maybe he's been listening to me too much.
Yeah, he might have been, Stu.
Well, unfortunately there for that, a bike down there in the rocket lane just stalled it off the start line, so just had to refire it. As we got the Hayabusa down here in the Aeroflow lane. Soyup Gypsy says blue oval all the way. I very much sit on the fence, guys, because I'm a import lover. Very much a Mazda fan.
Yep.
Thank you, Benj. All right, this Hayabusa, this guy's got the real pro bike stance. 1 foot off the bike. Just heading towards the centre line, though, not where you want to be. Getting very close to the centre line.
Geez.
And a 9.99 with a 2 at 142 miles per hour, but that was a wild ride.
Yeah. At 140 miles an hour, you don't want to be moving the bike around a real lot, do you?
No, and you don't want to be where there's not much prep either.
Yeah,
you want to be straight down the guts.
You're right out of the race line, aren't you?
Mm.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely huge effort. Well done.
Chico 710 says, good evening from cyclonic Queensland.
Oh, jeez.
G'day, Chico. Hope you're safe up there.
Yeah, we hope all these storms just go back out to sea.
Yeah, we do.
These guys up there in Queensland, they've really copped it.
Oh, they have.
They've had a bad summer.
Well, it's good to see Dave Muscat, even though he's driving a Mini, he's still flying the Australian flag off the Mini.
I was having a bit of a talk to Dave when I walked in, and he was saying that his engine builder's out here tonight.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, so...
That's for the dragster?
That's for the dragster, yeah. So his engine builder needs to get into gear so he can get that motor in there. We keep hearing about it, but it's not happening, so...
Yeah.
Put his motor together. We want to see it run.
Well, that bike down there in the rocket lane had a little, looked like a little puff of smoke come out of it. Went just gone 1083 to 136,
wow.
but
Okay.
it looked like it was up on the rear wheel at around half track. See, Stu, Mazda was a Ford back then, so you're a Ford bloke by proxy, mate. You see, panel van man, I grew up in a Holden family, so and then I got my license and got into imports. So, thank you, Ben. You love the sound of a rotary, don't lie. You love the TJs too. Alright, well the EL Falcon down here in the Aeroflow lane. A little bit of a red light, but that just means he's trying. There's nothing wrong with the red light.
No. You're exactly right, Stu. You got to get a red light or two before you get a good time.
Alright, the Focus. First timer. And we've got this ute here which has had a bit of work done to it by Precision Racing. Of course, those guys no stranger to motorsport, whether it's here or across the road. They've got that twin-turbo Lamborghini.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
R35 GTR, amongst other things. Well, the Focus is definitely keeping the Falcon honest. I think the Focus might have this. Yes, he does. A 1484 to a 1503. I bet if you're a Falcon driver, you'd be like, well, that's a little bit embarrassing.
Yeah, he'd done a great job holding him out.
DJ Prowse goes, knew there was something different about you, Stu. Thanks, DJ Prowse. All right, the UC Tirana in the rocket lane. He went 2.59 in the 60. He's not too far behind the car down there in the Aeroflow lane. He goes 1685 to a 16.
Yeah, yeah, not too far behind at all.
Nah. All right, the BMW up against the Falcon. So far, the fastest reaction time I've seen is a .001, but that's still to be confirmed, and still not confirmed as to whether we've got enough entrants for the reaction time prize contest. But if we do, that finishes at 8:45. Now, just bear in mind too, guys, if you were a little bit late joining us just for the last half hour of Aeroflow Race for real tonight, we're actually going to swap the tree over to a pro tree just to test it.
Yep.
But if you've never raced here and off a pro tree, I'll tell you what, guys, you may or may not find it easier to get the car off the line and get a good reaction time.
You get a flash and then you go.
Yep. One flash and then you stomp it. Or you stomp it on the flash.
Yep.
All right, Mia Olive coming out now. The youngest daughter of Shane Olive, who will be racing this weekend in the 3rd Rapisada Racing Top Fuel Dragster. I spoke to Shane earlier, and he's still works for Lamatina Monday to Friday, but he's up against the boss this weekend. It should be a good matchup.
Yeah.
It'll be fantastic. I know that Phil Lamatina is hell-bent on putting on a good show this weekend.
It'd be a bit scary for Monday morning if you beat the boss.
Yeah, absolutely. But Mia out tonight having a lot of fun in her little Integra. I'm copying it. I am copying it this evening from Panel Van Man. Oh dear. To be fair though, it has been a little bit of a while since I've copped it. Because normally I'm down on the deck. So,
It was just before Christmas, wasn't it?
Yeah, well, yeah. I think
The last meeting.
I'm pretty sure that was when you and Steve were commentating together too, because I know that Pat doesn't normally, he behaves himself. All right, the older model Subaru down here in the Rocket Lane, taking on the Ute. Yeah, Pat was getting comfortable. Not as comfortable as Mark and Steve, though.
Well, 13-3, 106 miles now for the Aeroflow lane.
All right, we've got Bosby back out this very tough-sounding Mustang, although it sounded like it had a bit of a shifting issue on its previous pass.
Yeah, it did indeed. It just didn't. I'm not sure if a converter wasn't locking up or. Oh! No,
this is
no.
why we say get off it. Oh. Well, guys, we might just throw up to some ads. We'll be back very, very soon here at Aeroflow Race for Real.
Performance provides a wide range of high-quality performance products for races, street machines, and hot rod. Aeroflow Performance provides a wide range of high-quality performance products for races, street machines and hot rodders. From fittings, fuel system components, intake solutions and even turbocharger systems, you can see it all at aeroflowperformance.com.
Bikereview.com.au is Australia's leading website for performance and modified motorcycles. Bikereview.com.au is the only motorcycle-focused website to feature motorcycle drag racing on a regular basis. And in the words of editor Jeff Ware, our involvement with Sydney Dragway is our way of putting back into one of our favourite sports. Bikereview.com.au. Stay informed, up to date and entertained thanks to Para News. Para News is Parramatta and the Cumberland area's leading free and local newspaper, delivering the best content from on-the-ground journalists and providing businesses with direct access to potential customers. News, sport, entertainment, puzzles and so much more. Para News really is the heartbeat of Parramatta and Cumberland, and it's out every Tuesday. Get your free copy at selected locations in the area or check out paranews.com.au.
Hey guys, just down here with Owen at the moment with this beautiful orange Falcon Ute. Mate, had a look under the bonnet. Those injection tubes are just absolutely sensational.
Thanks, buddy.
Now, and this car, you've built this up yourself?
No, I built all the injection manifold and rocker covers and everything, but the car was mainly put together by ProFlow Performance.
Okay, so you've seen the building of this car and...
Oh, yeah. I've managed to build a little bit, but Paul mainly looked after it. I just said I want that and I want that and put that and do that. And since we've come from there, we've set the rear end up a little bit better and it's not going so sideways now. And we just get some new tyres. That's all the tyres I could buy at the time that we're on it now. We get some better stuff and hopefully we'll be able to get some traction and do some numbers.
So with the motor in at the moment, have you dynoed or we just whacked the motor in and they just run it?
It was dynoed with a carburettor. I think it made 680 or something with a carburettor, and it sat at home. It was actually built for a different car, not this car, and it sat at home for a long time. And I looked at it and I went, I just can't run it with a carburettor, so I built an injection system for it, and then we put it in this car, and it was chassis dynoed or hub dynoed, and I think it made 540 or something at the hubs, which was quite respectable. And yeah, we're just out here tonight, learning how to download the fuel tech and have a look, and yeah, just have some fun.
So the car, it looks really good on the track, nice and straight and everything. Seems to get out of the hole really well. Did you do much to the rear end to get it to hook up like that? Yeah,
it's got monoleaf rear springs. It's got Caltrack set up, and we've just put some more diff angle into it. We put 4 degrees in it over the Christmas period. Lowered the shock so it had a bit more travel. And just chipping away at it, and we'll see how we go. Just all the big learning curve for us.
And that's part of the fun, isn't it? Yeah.
Absolutely, yeah. We haven't done it for many, many years. So, yeah, it's just get into it and have a go.
So what are you aiming for to get it to run consistently?
Tyres, I think. I think the tyres is our problem. These tyres, I'll learn. Look, if I put a slick on it, it won't be a problem. But I want to run radials because I've just got a B in my bonnet and I want to run radials. And I don't think these ones are quite up to what we want to do. But there's no point getting them off and throwing them away. We may as well come here, learn our craft a little bit, and then buy the tyre that I think will do the job, and then we'll see how we go then.
Well, mate, by the sounds of it, you've got the right people behind you to give you the experience there. So
yeah, we've been doing it a long time ourselves. We've just been quite a few years out of the saddle, you know. But yeah, we'll give it a shot and see how we go.
Mate, thank you very much, and a real credit to you. Great car.
Thank you very much.
Have fun.
Bye-bye.
Well, guys, just down in the lanes here, it's turned up the B2R Motorsport Honda Civic is down in the lanes. It is great to see the car here this evening for Aeroflow Race for real. What's going on, bro?
There you go, man.
All right, man. Yourself?
Yeah, not bad, not bad.
Mate, the boys brought the car back out. A little bit of testing.
Yeah, testing tonight, man. Just have a see what we can do. Yeah.
Any changes over the Christmas New Year period for the car, or is it as it was?
No, as it was, but we're just changing things around. But look, tyres, shit like that. You know what I mean? Just not.
Yeah, no, I understand. Well, mate, this is a crowd favourite, this car. A lot of people love it. You guys are renowned, or B2R Motorsports in general, are renowned for some very, very quick cars, especially in the Skyline. But this thing, you know, it's a favourite of mine, and I can't wait to see it out on track.
Yeah, hopefully we can put down a number tonight. Yeah, so we'll go from there.
All right, boys, we look forward to seeing you guys out a little bit later on this evening. Well, if you just joined us on the live stream, guys, we are just getting the track driver and car sorted, and then we'll be back to racing very, very soon. But Mark and I are down here in the staging lanes, and I can tell you it is fantastic to see so many cars. But most of all, it's great to see our two-wheeled brothers and sisters back here at Aeroflow Race for real. It's great to have the bikes back. One man that is here fairly regularly at the track. Normally he's an official, but tonight he's got the bike back out. Mike, welcome, and how good is it, mate, to see so many bikes here this evening?
Mate, thanks. It's great to see so many bikes out for the first opportunity back. It was a shame last week got rained out, but yeah, I mean, there must be, like 40 bikes here tonight, and it's great to see. Yeah.
And how the conditions out here at the moment, you know, it's still fairly warm. How much of an impact does that have on these bikes? I mean, obviously with the cars, you know, a few of them struggling to get off the line, but the bikes don't seem as bad.
Yeah, look, I'm struggling a bit with the heat tonight. I'm getting it; it's bogging for me on the start line. But yeah, look, I think if you're not going super hard and you're just taking it nice and easily off the start line, it doesn't affect it that much. And again, bikes being light and high specific output for the motor, things like that, and yeah, it works a little bit better for the bikes. They're not as affected as badly.
Now, Mike, of course, your bike's gone through a bit of a change. Obviously, you've gone from a stock wheelbase now to the extended swing arm. You do have nitrous on this bike, but you're not running that tonight. How are you finding it now with the extended swing arm?
I need the nitrous. I'm finding that the extra length is bogging me on the start line, and I'm trying to give it 1,000 more RPM each time I come out, and same thing's happening over and over again. So I'm at 12 of 14,000, so I've only got a couple more to go before I have to start figuring out whether I need to change some sprockets and adjust my gear ratios a bit, which I think I need to do anyway, but it's becoming more apparent now with the swing arm.
Well, mate, it's work in progress. We look forward to seeing what you can do on the bike. Thank you for the interview, mate.
Thanks, Stewie.
Now, Mark Thomas down here, he's standing next to a Tirana, which is not unusual. Mark, are you trying to swindle this Tirana off the owner, are you?
Down here we are. LJ Tirana. This thing is just absolutely beautiful. It's not a lot been on the road, and he's just brought it out for the first night. A bit about this car.
It's just a street car, a 400 Chev, 350, Borg Warner diff. Pretty simple setup, really, and that's it.
Mate, it's first pass, what was it, 11 zeros?
11-0, yeah.
It's a really trick. On street tyres.
Yeah, running on street tyres, so can't ask for much more.
Yeah, look, once you get a set of radials under this, and you're just going off the foot brake, straight off the lights. What are you leaving at?
Oh, I'm trying to leave above 2, but it's only letting me stall it at 2 before it pushes through.
Yeah, with the small converter too, you don't have that flare up. Like later on down the track, you bigger converter.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. slowly.
And that's exactly it. The little change, one change at a time, and you get the benefits from that, and then move on. Mate, look, I don't see long, and you're going to be doing like 10-second passes out of this with the setup you got. Any bigger plans for the car?
Not at this stage, no. Just want to crack that 10 and then go from there.
So being a driver, like a street car, you don't want to go too wild, but yeah, it's really nice to get those CTs in
Yeah.
it.
I mean, 10 seconds is quick, but it's not that quick, so I don't know.
Mate, you know what it's like on the street. They feel great on the street, yeah. What miles an hour was it?
127.
Yeah, so you got, what did you 60 foot at?
My first, 1.7. Yeah, so not that great.
Yeah, once you get a set of tyres on it, you're going to be, like 1.6s, and that is really going to improve what you are at the bottom end.
Yeah, and there's my 10-second pass, so.
100%. No, mate, look, absolute credit to you. Great car. We can't wait to see the progression of this thing.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, mate.
Well, Mark, if we go for a wander towards the front of the staging lanes, because, Mark, Wednesday night here at Aeroflow Race for real, it is church. You've got all your mates here. You make new mates. You meet some great people. But, of course, it wouldn't be a Wednesday night without the words of wisdom from Joe Sabello. How are you, Joe? You smiling, mate?
Well, I'm smiling now. I've had worse weeks, but I'm getting over it.
Well, mate, Mark Thomas and I have been watching you from upstairs. You're out there and you're consistent.
Mate, I'm an old man and I just got to keep trying, right? Nobody's going to help me go fast, so I've got to do it myself, right?
No, you can't. Yeah, but good try. Yeah. So, how was your Christmas, mate?
Mate, the Christmas day was hectic, mainly because I had 12 grandkids driving me mad. But apart from that, it was a great day. But after I had a few beers, I was over it. It was good.
So you come back, car's a little bit slower. Do you think it was all the Christmas dinner?
Well, it could have been. Yeah, I've got a couple of kilos to lose. But no, the tyres are stuffed. After tonight, I'm replacing the tyres. And hopefully, well, I don't know if it's going to run an 8. It's getting a bit tired. I've got a 427 to go in it soon. So hopefully, see if we can get it back into the 8.5s, 8.6s.
So do you reckon one day you might actually start panel beating it and getting it straight again?
No.
It's sort of got a few war wounds out there.
Well, I wouldn't mind if I was a lot smarter. I would have got a fiberglass bonnet made when the thing was straight. But it's too late now. I'm not going to straighten that bonnet and the roof. You seen the roof? I can go surfing on that roof.
You could always put a vinyl top on it.
Oh yeah, you still go for a cruise. It's still bloody. It's that bad. You wouldn't even worry about it. The car's still running. I'm more concerned about speed, not that much looks.
Yeah, nah, mate. So you reckon the tyres are going to get back to where you want to be?
Well, it's hard to say. The thing is that since I nearly smashed it that time, it's never really run as quick, mainly because the converter's a bit tight, right? So I'm losing a little bit there. I'm hoping with the 427, because it's going to make a lot more torque, I'm going to overcome that. But until that happens, I don't think it might run the 8.9 occasionally, as long as I can get a good 60 foot. Otherwise, I think it's a bit tough. Yeah. But with the 427, I think it'll do it. But it's too close now to the first round of the state championship to do it now, because, as you know, I like to run it in for a few weeks. So we'll see how we go. If I can get the Holden done and maybe use that for a state championship, It gives me time to get this one set up with a bigger motor because I want to get the supercharger serviced at the same time because it's probably done 300 or 400 runs. So, hopefully it'll all come together.
No, that sounds good.
Well, the 180SX has got a problem with the sorting the back out. Actually, I'm going to try to ring Craig Burns, see if he can help me set the back car up. It's making plenty of power, but I'm turning tyres all the time. There's got to be a reason. So I think the 4-link needs somebody with a bit more knowledge to help me set it up properly. They say that the back's a bit light, but Christ, there's a lot lighter cars than mine getting down the track and bloody without this problem. So there's got to be a tuning on the rear end, and hopefully that should be running close to a flat 8 because it's like 500 pounds lighter than the Skyline. So, mate, if we can get off the line and do a good 60, I reckon it's got a low 8 in it. But until then, it keeps turning tyres. That's a problem. So, and that's where we're up to at this stage.
All right. Yeah. Well, while we got you here, Dave, so you're in the progress of building a front-engine dragster.
Unbelievable.
By the time he gets that finished, he'll be too old to drive.
I know. I can't get in the freaking Mini, mate. I'm cramping up. Look at me.
Well, just tell us where you're up to at the moment.
The motor. Things there. Put it together. Give me the motor. So we'll do the mid plate. People ask me, how's it going? I said, well, I've got the dirt.
What's the rush?
Just so I want to have some. I want to drive it. I'm not getting any younger. I want to, at least I've got to tick well.
Yeah. Well, mate, we can't wait to see it. So,
you won't be running that on Wednesday night. No. So when are you going to see it?
Yeah. It won't pass Rego. It does that 6-point turn. They failed me on it.
That's just a driver.
The lock's not very good on them.
All right, guys, we're going to leave you alone because you pair are insane. Yeah, guys, from what we can see so far, yeah, they're going to be down. So we're not too far away. We will keep you all updated on how it goes down there. And me and Stu will keep wandering around and see if we can find some more. We might grab one of the bike guys. Stu, what do you reckon?
Yeah. Well, guys, I don't think we're too far away. As you can hear down the pitch, you can hear motors running. So if you're up in the stands, guys, you can go for a walk through the pits and you can have a look at all the pro cars that are out the back for this weekend for the Australia Day Top Fuel Championship. Tell you what, Mark, it's going to be huge. Who's your money on?
Mate, I'm actually on the fence at the moment. Yeah, I really am. It is so tight. And there's so many people that aren't saying a lot, but they're smiling a lot. So what does that tell you?
Well, I'd say that the one man they're all trying to beat this weekend will be Damien Harris. Damien has probably been the most consistent out of all the fuel cars. But look, don't discount Jim Reed Racing. I'm sure that Phil Reed and the team, they've been working hard over the Christmas New Year break. And don't discount Phil Lamartina either. As I said, guys, fantastic turnout this evening for Aeroflow Race for real. The first one for 2024. I don't think we're too far away from racing, guys.
Yeah, mate, if you're ready for us up there, yeah.
The car is off the track, and they're just doing a little bit of a final clean-up. So to everybody that's in the lanes, guys, if you're not with your car, guys, I suggest you get back to it and get ready to be called out. Well, guys, we're about to get back into racing. The good news is, guys, is that the driver and passenger are A-OK out of that Mustang. So that's great news.
That is the main thing.
That is the main thing, yeah. It just goes to show, too, guys, you don't have to have a super fast car and just show that things can go wrong very quickly. It is motorsport. But the main thing is they are okay, and they'll be back to fight another day in the future.
I think we're waiting on the beamer.
Right, the BMW up against the Golf. All right, guys, it's 20 past 8. Now, we were scheduled to finish the reaction time prize contest at 8:45, but due to that little hold-up, we may extend it. I'll wait to hear from our meeting director.
So have we had any feedback, Stu, of how many people we got so far?
No,
Nothing?
I have no idea, but I can tell you that it's one of the biggest events that I've done for a little while, and that's a credit to everybody who's come out to support Aeroflow Race for real, not just racing, but also to everybody that's up in the crowd as well. All right, well, the Mustang GT down here in the Rocket Lane, 2.22 up against the Ute. The Mustang running on through 13.21, 110. 18.27 there for the Hilux, as we got the Lamb Speed GR Yaris back out.
It's up against the Skoda.
Yeah. Yeah, panel man, any idea why it stepped to the left so quick? Well, I'm guessing it was spinning the tyres. I'm not going to judge, but my guess it was spinning the tyres and probably just didn't do the correct thing and just maybe get out of it, let it settle. And unfortunately, that's what happens. But we don't like to see it. But as I said earlier, we're very thankful that the driver and the passenger are A-OK.
Well, there's the main thing too, and the way it went so severely, it totally unsettles the car.
Yes.
And at where he was at, he sort of had a bit of speed under him. So yeah, it's a combination of a few things, but you know, like as soon as you start turning tyres, it's just the track is unforgiving.
That's right.
Yeah. How's that? Okay. I thought we were playing charades.
Well, the Commodore Ute winding it up in the Burnout. So far, I've got 4 participants that I've written down that I think are in the running for the $500 Odyssey battery voucher, which I'll give out if we do the reaction time prize contest tonight. So make sure you hang around for that. But I've got to go with Mark, speak to Mark, and we have to decide.
I've seen your 4 you put down, mate, and I agree with all of them.
Yeah, it's going to be hard to beat.
They're big efforts.
Yeah.
We've got the 2 Beam as well. Looks like down in the Burnout.
Well, Mark and I are very fortunate to go for a little walk through the pits earlier and have a chat with some drivers and riders. And I'll tell you what, it is a fantastic vibe down there in the staging lanes at the moment.
It is, yeah. It was great having a yak to the guys, looking at some of the cars that they've put together, some of the ideas they've got, and, like very smart people, playing with these cars. Yeah, it's so great that this stuff is just moving forward in leaps and bounds, isn't it? It's like what we're looking at.
And particularly at this level of motorsport too.
Yep.
I mean, this is very grassroots, but, there's a lot of guys down there that take it super seriously. I mean, it's not uncommon nowadays to see a standard Jap car to a certain degree, and there's someone in there with a laptop plugged up to it.
Yep.
They're already working on tuning side of things. So, it's a credit to not just the car scene, but the people that have really made it happen. And, and that goes back to what Mark and I were talking about earlier. I mean, for example, like Scotty from Ichiban, he's out there testing this WRX, and, he's done parts to it. He's probably got a stage 1 tune in it with an exhaust, maybe done the dump pipe. But like you said, Mark, just doing just little changes, and people are seeing it, and now people are like, well, okay, maybe I should go down that route myself and see what benefits me. And I guess it also depends on what process you want to use the car for too. I mean, if you want a car that's more drag strip orientated, okay, fine. But for the most part, most people want a quick street car. And as you said when you interviewed Nino with the Tirana, he said, I just want to run a 10.
Yep.
And he'd be happy. With a 400 cube motor in it, it's not a small motor.
No, it's not in a Tirana, but like he sort of, with our discussion was, because my Tirana had a 400 in it, and that car is just suited to that motor. It just sets up so well, and the car reacts right with that motor, and he still wants it for street use.
That's right.
So he wants something that's going to hook up, it's going to come out here, run the numbers, but he can still go for a cruise down the coast or whatever he wants to do, and it's still going to have drivability. So, and these guys from the States that are sort of, come in now, they would be seeing the same type of stuff, I would assume, over in the States as well, with a lot of improvements on the car. We are ground roots, but geez, it's changed so much so quickly. Benji, you're the same as me. Go 10 years, you had a leather second car. It was super quick.
Yeah.
Like now, a 9-second street car.
Yeah.
Well, that's super quick. It's moved. It just the goalpost just keeps changing.
It is, and it's one thing we talked about towards the end of last year. Steve, yourself, and I, and Pat. And we mentioned the Volkswagens. I mean, there's not a huge amount of bolt-on parts on those cars.
Yep.
But with the tuning they're doing, without going too mental, I mean, obviously if you want to go mental, you can.
Yep.
But for the most part, you can get an 11-second Golf by not doing a huge amount of work to it. And, we've seen, I mean, we all know for years the Skylines have been super quick. And you look at the Pro Street Skylines nowadays with the R34s and 35s, the competition bar has just gone through the stratosphere. Yeah. You've got all these great shops like Croydon, Matooks, B2R, for example, who are here tonight. We'll see them out very soon with their little Honda Civic. What those guys are doing with those cars. And then, as we saw the evidence towards the end of last year when we had the Pro Street Evos out.
Yep.
I mean, I didn't expect to see an 8 out of those cars on this track, but hey, they did it.
Well, yeah, and that is a massive achievement because the horsepower those things are putting to the ground, and they're running on a street prep track.
That's right.
And getting down the track, doing the numbers, what they were doing, it was a huge thing.
Oh. And just with so much movement down the track as well. I mean, they weren't going straight. They were all over the shop with torque steer, as you mentioned. And, to run the numbers that they do, and to have a record broken twice in one night, I mean, it's a credit to everybody. It really is. So, look, ladies and gentlemen, if it's your first time here at Sydney Dragway, or if it's your first time here watching any form of drag racing, number one, welcome to our sport.
Yeah.
And welcome to the excitement of our sport. No matter if it's at this level or if you're up at Top Fuel or Nitro Funny Car or whatever, everybody's still out there that have racing, and doesn't matter how big your pocket is, you're out there having fun, and everything's just moving so quickly, as Mark just said, and it's an exciting time to be a part of drag racing. I mean, look at the bikes, for example.
Oh, yes.
I mean, look how many of those bikes that are down there that are look relatively stock, but they're running, low 10s to high 9s at a 1,000cc bike. I mean, that's massive.
Yeah, well, you can just go and buy a Hayabusa and roll it off.
Yeah.
Mate, you're doing 140 miles an hour across the line.
Exactly. Yeah.
It is insane. And it is. And we have a bit of fun. We do bag out Fords, we bag out Holdens and Mazdas and everything. But you see a Ford to go out there and run a super quick time. We're all happy for the guy.
we are.
We're impressed at his achievements. We all love cars.
Yeah.
No matter what brand or what it is, you just admire them.
And the good thing is too, is that for Mark and I and Steve and Pat, when we're sitting up here in the commentary box, we're watching a screen in front of us to get the incrementals. We're watching the car. But I can tell you right here now, ladies and gentlemen, that Mark and I, us guys, we also look outside and we look at the crowd. And we look at a lot of these young kids that are around probably 13, 14, that in years they're here watching this, they'll get their license and they'll do it the right way. They'll be like, what's the point in doing it on the street?
Yep.
I can come here, do it legally, and I can go as fast as I want. And, I'm in probably the safest place to do it.
Yep.
But they're looking at that and going, well, hang on a second. When I get to this age, that car's probably going to be a lot cheaper than what it is when it was brought out back then. I could buy that car and I could do this, and this to it. And maybe work it as a project with your dad or your mum or your brother, sister, whatever. So, it's great to see the next generation getting involved in grassroots motorsport.
Yeah, and that's the thing with drag racing. I think one of the people from Facebook actually said, their whole family's Holden.
Yeah.
So, that's the whole family involved. Which is great. You've got something that pulls the whole family together.
Yeah.
And that's what it's all about. Having an interest, and it's great to have an interest amongst the whole family.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, speaking about Skylines, we've got two of them down on track. It wouldn't be a race for real without at least one Skyline. Tonight we've actually got two of them, which is great.
We could just finish it off with a Supra with a 2J in it.
Oh, I reckon.
Hey?
Yeah. Where are you, Josh?
Yeah.
Where are you, Josh Dowd? Should have brought the Supra out. Well, both the Skylines just taking it a bit ginger off the start line. I can hear the blue Skyline in the Aeroflow lane starting to wind it up a little bit. You'll cross the finishing line through with a 14.71 to a 16.15.
Yeah, they just needed that minimal wind up off the line, didn't they? They just weren't reaching boost.
All right, well, it's an RC car. It's great to hear from you, mate. We'll see you back very soon. All right, this Falcon starting to wind up the boost. Taking on the Civic. good pass. 11.93, 119. That's a step in the right direction.
Is indeed. That car is just tonight been getting so much quicker.
Well, it has cooled down considerably out there, which is good.
Yep. Yeah, so the cooler it gets, better for the turbo guys.
Oh, yeah.
I love all that.
Oh, yeah. I can't wait.
And you know what it's like too, Stu. Like you can build a motor. It can be putting out huge dyno figures. Put it on the black stuff.
Yep.
Different world.
Absolutely. Go.
This is where you do your main tuning.
Go. I mean, I respect the guys that do put the cars on the dyno, but I'm like you, Mark. I look at people go, I got 2,000 horsepower on the dyno. Well, hey, great, but put it on the track, and let's see what it does. That's right, exactly. Is your suspension up to it? Is your transmission up to it? Are your tyres up to it? Well, the Falcon Ute with the barra in it. All right, the EB Falcon down on track now in the Aeroflow lane. About to take on this very nice little Tirana.
Well, 13.5, 106 miles an hour for the Tirana to a 14.4, 98 miles an hour for the Aeroflow lane. Mercedes-Benz up against the VS Commodore.
Yeah, I reckon that Merc's got a fair bit left in it, just quietly. It, I wouldn't say it's been babying it lately, but 2.004 and 60. He's not too far behind that Commodore either, just quietly.
Nah, he's not at all.
Yeah, 1250, 100. That's a good pass out of that car.
Yeah, well, when you start comparing 112 miles an hour to 119 miles an hour, so yeah.
I'd actually like to see a run between that car and the Patrol.
Yeah.
Because both of them, big heavy cars, but obviously the Patrol with the V8 and the four-wheel drive system in it. And that Merc, that was much more aggressive off the line. I still think there's a little bit left in it.
I think benefits the Merc being an AMG.
That's
it's got
right.
all the good gear on the motor.
Yep.
Yep.
All right, Sammy Joe out now in her Commodore in the Aeroflow lane.
Had a big night. Great reaction time.
Oh, yeah.
You definitely keep that time card and post it up on the wall.
Absolutely, and doing a great job too. Go.
12.8, 115 miles an hour for the Aeroflow lane to 17.1 at 68 miles an hour.
Mark, Panel Van Man was asking what engine was in that Falcon that you did the interview with, the injected one.
Clevo aluminium heads.
Yep.
And the owner designed injection, so which looked super impressive.
It did.
Yeah. And definitely had the right guys giving him all the information on the car and everything. They built the car and done the motor. It was originally dynoed with a carburetor, and I think he said it went 680. Then they pulled the carburetor off. He put together all the details for the injection, what he wanted, and built that. And yeah, didn't say figures after the injection was on it, but yeah, it shows down here. It goes quick.
It does go quick. All right, the VF Commodore up against the Commodore Ute. because it's our Australian theme night. You can't get much more Australian than a good old Holden ute. Well, the ute out with a 1.70 in the 60. It launched really well. And down towards the finishing line, and 11.88 at 116 as we've got this very tough XW or XY Falcon down on track, and he's about to take on this beautiful looking VK. Love the drop tank.
Yeah, it looks good, doesn't it?
Yeah,
It's a big set of rubber under the back of it.
It's got that old school Bathurst feel about it. Looks fantastic.
Just at the moment, just not getting off the line nice and clean. (11.6), 116 miles an hour to an 11.9, 114 miles an hour. VX Commodore, nice big burnout. And the Mustang just cruising along beside him.
All right, just attention in the staging lanes to all our competitors. Guys, we're going to extend the reaction time up till 9 o'clock. So normally we finish it at 1:45. But we're going to finish the reaction time prize contest at 9 p.m. tonight, just due to the little hold-up that we had on track. Yep. Okay, and we've also got this $500 Odyssey Batteries voucher as well that we'll be giving away at the same time. So I've got a few race numbers here written down on my pad. So just keep your ears out for that. Don't go anywhere, guys. And just remember, guys, for the last half an hour, we are going to be changing the tree from a sportsman tree and we're going to a pro tree. Just do some testing, and also if you've never done Pro Tree before, guys, you are going to love it.
Yeah, definitely hang around just for that. Great pass for the Aeroflow lane. Tirana just turning tyres and just absolutely put the whole pass off for him. .11.0, 124 miles now to a 14.9. Falcon up against the VF Commodore. Slowly bumping the Falcon into stage. See if this Commodore can chase him down. I don't think he'll get there. Falcon goes 11.9, 109 miles an hour to a 12.4, 115 miles an hour. Cortina, nice strong burnout up against the VZ Commodore.
Well, Mark, we've got a question via the live feed from No Good Names Left. He said, do you guys have issues with people trying to buy the land around your tracks to build houses on? Sadly, that's caused many tracks in Canada to go away, sadly. To be honest, No Good Names Left, yes. Here where we are in Sydney, we're very fortunate because we're actually surrounded by parkland. This whole precinct is owned by Western Sydney Parklands. But we've had people previously at other tracks, like Emery Park, for example, which is a great little circuit. Unfortunately, that track had to get shut down after the ARDC bought Sydney Motor, or leased Sydney Motorsport Park. So it's a bit of a shame. Oran Park, which is here in Sydney.
Yep.
Unfortunately, that had to close down.
They're all housing.
Yeah.
But we're lucky here because we've got, as Stu said, racing behind us. We've got the speedway.
Yep.
We've got the motorbikes. We've got go-karts. So the area so far is been all set out for motor racing.
That's right.
Which is the way it should be.
Yeah.
And housing really isn't enclosed into this area. Part of it's a big tip there as well, so that puts off anyone wanting to live around here. So, yeah.
Yeah. So I hope that that helps you out.
Yes, and it's sad to hear that, like so many tracks fall to that, of people, wanting to live around there and then they just start complaining about the noise and other things.
Yeah. All right, we've got this Turbo Falcon. Well, we've got Owen about to come out in that beautiful XW Falcon that is the car that Mark interviewed, the driver. Great looking car. That setup in there just looks so tidy.
Yep.
Well, guys, we've got about 11 minutes left of the reaction time prize contest. We are going through till 9 p.m. All right, Joe Sabello coming out. Mark just did a quick interview with him. And,
Yeah.
going to change the tyres on the car. I wonder how many passes he's got out of that set.
Oh, jeez. You wouldn't be able to count them, would
Nah.
you? You know, like this car is just been up and down this track so many times. And I think this would be the set that he put on after he took the radials off.
Probably would be. Oh, Owen, don't do it. Oh. Unfortunately there, 9.34 from Joe. But unfortunately there for Owen, car went straight up in tyre smoke.
Yeah, just loaded a little bit too much off the line. Okay, Alex Tirana down in the Aeroflow lane.
Yeah, taking on the B2R Motorsports Honda Civic. This thing is mental. Hopefully they can get the car off the line. It's not an easy car at all to drive, particularly getting it off the line. The Tirana, one of our consistent runners here at Sydney Dragway. Great consistent car too, but keep your eye on the B2R Motorsports Civic. Well, 1.42 in the 60 there for the B2R Motorsports Civic. The Tirana 10.99 with a 1 and a 9.09 at 163 miles per hour there for the Honda.
Wow, the miles an hour is just way up there for that Honda. Tirana, sportsmanship. He just sat back, let the guy in the Honda get in there, get staged up and everything, then he rolled in.
Yeah.
So, you know, like, that's just our sport, isn't it?
It is. You know, two just very different styles of car to go racing in, but as we're back into the bikes, so good to see 40-odd bikes here for the first Aeroflow race for real. Long time since we've had the bikes. We all know why they haven't been here, but you know what? That's in the past.
Yep.
They're here and they've come out in force.
Yeah, just it's not a full night without the bikes, is it?
No, no, it's not. No. I didn't realise, but John Phildissis, who is racing tonight. I didn't even see you, John. I do apologise. John Phildissis used to be part of the 7-Up motorcycle stunt team years ago.
Yeah, yeah.
And John, a very, very good rider in his own right. And it's so good to see John here. Known John for a very, very long time, as you have too, Mark.
Yep. Ten 1, 139 miles an hour to an 11 1, 129 miles an hour. we've got this absolutely mint Harley down in the rocket lane. I got away nice and easy off the line that time. No dangling the front wheel off the line. 9.3, 153 miles an hour for the Aeroflow lane. And 11.8, 113 miles an hour for the Harley. So great pass.
That is crazy.
It is, isn't it? Especially if you can see this bike with those big ape hangers on at the bars. It just...
That's nuts.
.11.9, 119 miles an hour to a 13.0 for the Aeroflow lane. All right, guys, we might take a little bit of a break. We'll go up to the big screen and we'll be back very, very shortly. You're here, Aeroflow Race for Real Australia Day event.
Bank said no to your home loan? Talk to us.
Not a bank.
Talk to Australia's real-life non-bank for home loans, car loans, personal loans. Pepper Money, the home of loan options.
Whether you're building a street machine or a race car, Aeroflow Performance has a solution for you. Our ever-increasing range features boosted turbocharger systems, Bosch Motorsport products, X-Pro electrical systems, hoses and fittings, bang shift shifters, differential parts, and fabrication components. You can see it all on aeroflowperformance.com.
We've always had a few cars. They're all special. The T-Bird.
Oh, that's mine.
The Combi for when we want to get away. The XR8.
It's going to be a classic.
They're all insured with Shannon's,
We've also got Shannon's home and contents cover,
which helps protect our automotive collectibles, tools and memorabilia in the home and garage. If you're motoring enthusiasts like us, it's got to be
Shannon's.
Shannon's, insurance for motoring enthusiasts. Call 13 46 46 for a quote.
I've chosen to use VP racing fuels since I was a teenager racing motocross, which was 21 years ago now. I just have a really personal trust with VP racing fuels.
Running on the ragged edge of blowing up and not, a lot of it has to do with the race fuel, and that's what we rely on, VP racing fuels.
VP has been making racing fuel for 43 years. They're the official fuel of multiple top series globally. No matter where we are in the world, no matter what fuel we need, it's always consistent, it's always perfect and exactly what we're expecting and our tuners expecting. They support myself, my Drift Alliance bros, and for that, I'm extremely thankful. Keep making amazing fuels, and we'll keep out there having fun.
Well, welcome back, everybody, to Aeroflow Race for Real. It is our Australian theme night. My name's Stuart White, also known as the Pocket Rocket, and in commentary tonight, the legend himself, Mark Thomas. And Mark, what a night that we've kicked the year off with.
Mate, it is what you'd expect for the first one of the night. Everyone got starved over Christmas, hanging out for it, and mate, it's turned into an absolute cracker of a night.
Oh, it has been unbelievable. Yeah, crazy. And so many good cars out there too.
Yes. Yeah. Cars and bikes, mate, we're just been absolutely spoiled.
We have.
Well, 9.8, 143 miles an hour, but 142 miles an hour. Eh? You were just saying that, Stu, that, you know, like 9-second pass on a bike at 140 miles an hour. Yeah, like it's just, yeah.
And I mean, it's not like you're riding like a pro bike where, you know, you're literally almost like Superman. I mean, you're actually sitting in a fairly standard riding position on a shorter wheelbase, and you're doing that speed, man, that's awesome. Well, it's great to have a lot of first-timers here this evening, both on the bikes and in cars as well. It has been a fantastic night. It makes our job easier when there's a lot of cars and bikes.
That's great.
And it's so good seeing a lot of people up in the grandstand as well that have come in to watch some fantastic racing this evening. They certainly haven't been disappointed. And also to everybody that's been watching via our live stream platforms, hope you guys have been enjoying it as well. And to all our overseas viewers from the US and around the world, thank you guys for tuning in. And
we've had a really good turn up, haven't we? Like,
it's been awesome.
Some from the US, Canada. Yeah. It's sensational that it gets out that far, and you guys can see what we're doing over here. Yeah.
And the best part is too, guys, particularly on a night like this where we've got a huge amount of cars, got a huge amount of bikes, you know, people that have got businesses here, you're getting your name read out for free, but you're going all around the world. You're not just going here in Australia, you're going all around the world. So, you know, like CMV Performance, you know, Precision Racing, Ichiban Performance.
Yep.
So, believe me, if you're coming out to race, ladies and gentlemen, let Mark and I, or Mark and I and Steve, or whoever's up here in commentary, guys, just let us know. Because it's only going to benefit your engine builder, yourself.
Yeah. And it's good to get your name out there.
Absolutely. Well, guys, I'm going to duck next door, and I'm going to get the reaction time prize winners for this evening. I've also got the winner of the $500 Odyssey battery voucher. Mark and I have sat down with Bench, and we've also decided, you know what, this person deserves it.
Yeah.
So I'll be reading those names out very, very soon.
I reckon we must. Well, it's good to see people that are out here having a heap of fun, which they can out here. Everything's in a controlled environment, so it's good. They get a bit of driving skill as well. Dave goes through with the minis, 16.7, 87 miles an hour to a 19.4. EL Falcon up against the VW. All right, guys, we're not too far away from going over to Pro Tree. $14.7 to a $15.2. You see Tirana up against the Falcon Ute. $16.0, 88 miles an hour for the Aeroflow lane to a 15.7. 88 miles also for the Rocket lane. BMW against the Falcon. Okay, just holding the cars up at the moment until they clear the bottom road. Okay, we just did have something on the track down near the finish line. So we do just have the quad bike going out to have a bit of a look around, see what they've seen down there. BMW against the Skoda. Skoda in the rocket lane. (13.2) to a 13.3 for the Aeroflow lane. Nice big burnout from the Turbo Charade. Hilux is just punishing those back tyres. Charade goes through 14.3, 102 miles an hour to an 18.0. The land speed car in the Aeroflow lane up against the BMW. Goes through 10.0, 142 miles an hour to a 12.4, 115 miles an hour. We've got the man with the money here at the moment.
Oh, yeah, and I've also got that Odyssey Batteries voucher as well. So to all our competitors that are here at the track, you guys just keep your ears out, please. And you need to meet me at the bottom of the tower, please, if I call your name. Okay, first of all, I'm looking for race number T116, Christian Grimer. Race number T13, John Economopoulos. Sorry if I didn't pronounce that correctly, but race number T13, John Economopoulos. Race number M107, Wesley Andrews. And I'm also looking for race number T92, Sammy Joe Johnson. So once again, that's race number T92, Sammy Joe Johnson. Motorcycle number 107, Wesley Andrews. Race number T116, Christian Grimer. And race number T13, John Economopoulos. If you guys can meet me at the bottom of the tower immediately, please, for the reaction time prize money.
(11.9), 116 miles an hour for the rocket lane and 19.3 at 70 miles an hour for the Aeroflow lane. Well, 12.7, 109 miles an hour to a 12.3, 112 miles an hour. 13.8, 101 miles an hour. And 12,518 miles an hour. VW versus VW. $12-1 to a 14-1. Both cars just drove around the water. $12-9 to a 13-0. And don't forget, if Stu called out your race number and name, he will be down the bottom of the tower. Just need to meet him down there. $15-3 to $15-6. Two Commodore Utes, huge big burnouts. Yeah. Well, two huge burnouts. I think the guy in the green Falcon might be one of the ones that Stewie needs to talk to. $10-9, 132 miles now for the Rocket Lane. Skyline up against the Honda Civic. $15-4, 94 miles an hour for the Rocket Lane, and $15-1, 105 miles an hour for the Aeroflow Lane. Skyline definitely having heaps of drama, getting that thing up onto boost. Two Falcons in and staged. Well, Sedan chasing down the Ute. Will he get there? 13.0, 113 miles an hour to a 12.0. Trana up against the Ford. .0 to a 14.3. With the VS Commodore up against the AMG Merc. To a 12.4. Commodore just got it over the Mercedes-Benz. He just not far off at each pass. Commodore Ute up against the VX sedan. .14.3 to a 15.8. VW Golf up against the Commodore Ute. .11.8 to a 15.1. Not a bad pass, isn't it? Early Mustang up against late Mustang. .11.1 to a 13.3. Falcon up against the LJ Tirana. Tran didn't have a real good pass previous. Let's see how he gets it off the line this time. Well, 125 to an 11-2. So we are now onto the Pro Tree. $11.8 for the Cortina in a 12.4 for the Aeroflow lane. $12,816 for the Aeroflow lane. And Falcon just rolling down there. Didn't have a real good pass. Commodore out and gone. Falcon just on the line loading it up. $11.0 to a 12.1. Just going up in smoke again. Happened to him on the previous pass. Was saying that he wasn't real happy with the radials he's got on at the moment. He's just going to persevere with it, get it all sorted for the radials, and then move on to a better set of tyres. 14.4 to a 14.7. Alex Trana up against the Honda. Trana goes through 11.1, 122 miles an hour. Honda just launched out and then just seemed to nose off from there. Just rolling up the track. Okay, look like they're going to have to push that car up the hill just to get it cleared up there and get the gate closed. $10.4 to a 10.3.
All right, guys, so the reaction time money was handed out, and also congratulations to Christian Grimer, who was awarded for the best burnout tonight. So he won the Odyssey Batteries voucher.
He laid another good one down there while you're out at the bottom of the tower.
Ah, I missed it.
That was a huge one.
So, guys, we are not running any burnouts tonight, and that was just purely because it's number one, it's a theme night, but second, we've also got the top fuel round this weekend. So, yeah, it just puts stuff all over the return road, over the track, and of course we've got cars that, you know, that need as much grip as they can get. So, and the tyres are not cheap either. So, especially top fuel tyres. Don't forget, guys, we've got pro alcohol this weekend as well. We've got John Canuli. We've got the Batmobile is here. Russell Mills front engine dragster with that very, very cool body on it. As far as I know, he's the only dragster here this weekend, which is a bit of a shame.
Okay.
I think it's pretty much getting all funny cars. Also, on that subject, while I think of it, just want to say a big congratulations to Cruz Lovering. So Cruz Lovering is now driving the Sainty Pro Alcohol Funny Car. Got his license the other week. Finished off his licensing and went 5.97.
That's
So
a big step up, isn't it?
That's huge, yeah. No, good on him. Of course, his father, Peter Lovering, used to drive the car.
Yep.
Peter more concentrating on his 55 Chev, the Shoebox Motorsport. But look, it's great to see a younger driver stepping up and jumping into the car. It is fantastic. So keep your eye on Cruz Lovering. Yeah, he finished his licensing on Saturday. Of course, Brett White will be out here as well in Carlos. So hopefully they have a good round.
So it's definitely going to be a huge weekend.
It's going to be a massive weekend, but I think for a lot of the categories, Mark, it's going to be interesting because a lot of people are so used to having qualifying and then having racing. Whereas because of the way this round is structured, you know, you've got basically got 2 events in 2 days. So there's no, I'll just do a quick half-track blast just to get the data. No. As soon as you strap into that car, you perform your burnout, you're racing. There's no qualifying. You've got to have your eyes on, and there's going to be a lot more pressure this weekend to perform, which is great for the spectators. Not so much,
for sure.
not so much good for the racers, but for the spectators, it's going to be unbelievable.
It's something different from the races. So
It is, yeah.
Yeah, which is change is great. Yeah, like you don't. If you're doing the same thing over and over and over again, you become stagnant.
Yeah, that's
so,
right.
Yeah, you got a bit of a change in there now. So
Yep. There'll be 6 rounds of racing this weekend. So, one thing that we do touch on a fair bit, and I've said it many a time over the years. You've been a bracket racer, Mark, and even like some of the cars that are out here tonight, they're very, very good bracket cars. They're now in the same boat as what sportsman racers are.
Yep.
They've got to go, well, hang on, I think my car's going to run this. It's going to be more like bracket racing than actual knockout round robin, or Chicago shootout.
Yep.
You've got to come out and go, oh, geez, like I now have to run a 4-point something to make it through to get my points.
Yep.
So I'll tell you what, I reckon there'll be a lot of head scratching because if it's warm, over 30 like they say, the track's going to be greasy. It's not going to be easy to get any car down the track. But that's racing, isn't it? You've got to tune to the track.
Yep, you got to fall back on a lot of data. Yeah.
It'll be a very, very exciting event. I wish I was here for it, but work's got to come first. G'day, Mr. 420. Watching from Yorkshire in England.
Wow, that's cool.
That's heaps cool.
Should be a bit chilly over there at the moment.
I bet it is. Yeah, it's cold. I hate cold weather. I don't know about the rest of you guys, but I hate cold weather.
Yeah, I'm no fan.
No.
Last week, one of the RC channels, English bloke, he took an RC jet boat out, tested it at a skate park.
Oh, wow. Okay.
We've got the Ford Focus down here in the Rocket Lane. Actually been doing a pretty solid job all evening in this car.
It's been going well. He's been winning lots of races. But it's good to see Stewie, 2 P-platers.
Yeah.
Coming out here, having some fun.
Yeah, doing it the right way.
Yep.
I do like the challenge that these races are now facing, going to a Pro Tree. I guess to some people, it feels different.
Yeah.
But kind of when you put it in perspective, Mark, it really isn't that much different, is it? Really?
No, not really. No.
No. I mean, you got a flash of the orange and the green, whereas with the Sportsman Tree, yeah, right, you got to wait, 3 seconds or more.
It just gives you that little bit of time, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. Yeah.
Yeah. With the Pro Tree, you've got to pick where you're going to dive, and it's definitely not going to be green.
Absolutely not. No, as soon as that yellow flashes, you got to be on it.
Exactly it.
And in a way, for me, it actually helps you because if you can get used to that style of tree, when you do get to a Sportsman Tree and you're like, oh, the orange light's on, well, effectively it's just like a Pro Tree.
Yeah.
So, like you said, Mark, if you know your vehicle and you can tune your brain into it, there's no reason why you can't be walking away with money. I know it sounds easier said than done, but the reality is that it's all practice.
Yeah, and that's it. That's it. It is all about practice. It's your bum in the seat, and the more racing you can do, the better you get at it.
That's right. That's what Smokin Joe was saying when I gave her winning thing today. She said, I'm trying to get my reaction times down. I'm trying to be consistent. She said, I've got a few reds. But I said, well, don't worry about that. You're trying.
That's right.
But, yeah, if you, as you said, Mark, if you don't get seat time, you're not learning the tree, you're not learning the track, you're not learning anything, are you?
No, not at all.
I think the other thing is, too, we touched on it earlier this evening, at this level with the amount of people that are tuning the car on the laptop.
Yep.
But when you look at it in that perspective, I guess it's only really half the job, isn't it? Because you're probably better off to try and work on the lights first and prove your 60 with what you've got, and then maybe start tuning to change it a little bit.
Yeah.
Well, it looks like we've got a Falcon that is maybe potentially broken. Yeah, 2.46 in the 60. Probably would have been better off to try and get it as close to the wall as possible.
Yeah, a bit of luck. It's not dumping anything on the track, so...
Yeah, DJ Prowse just said Pro Tree is good. I tend to agree with you, DJ Prowse. I love going off a Pro Tree when I'm drag racing.
Yep.
I don't get to do it very often, but... How did the B2R Motorsports Civic go?
It launched out.
Yep.
And yeah, that was it.
Okay, maybe
had a bit of a problem. So, but actually rolled up all the way up to the centre of road, and they just pushed it in from there. And
yep. All right, guys, we're going to throw to some ads, and we'll be back very, very soon here at Aeroflow Race for Real.
Aeroflow, famous for our massive range of hose, fittings and performance products. Air filters, oil filters, fittings, engine and transmission parts, fuel systems, tanks, silicone hose, exhaust, air conditioning, turbo and nitrous accessories, and more. Get your free catalogue and shop online now at aeroflowperformance.com.
Bang shift shifters from Aeroflow Performance are truly the modern shifter for the modern age. Featuring a full bespoke billet case, all shifters are designed for right-hand drive vehicles with an LED lit gear position indicator. Available in either ratchet or gated options, as well as OEM replacement shifters for popular Holden and Ford vehicles. A large range of bang shift spares are available for each shifter that includes shifter cables, brackets, lever and gate kits, trans brake buttons and drop boxes for the ideal mounting solution. Shift into gear and check out a full listing at aeroflowperformance.com.
Alright guys, we're back here at Aeroflow Race for Real. It's our Australian theme night. The Pocket Rocket and Mark Thomas up here in commentary. And we hope everybody's been enjoying the action. We've got this little Daihatsu charade down here that's been a bit of a surprise packet this evening.
Yeah, that's just a little turbo. Like you just see from the Burnout.
I was watching when he was going down the track earlier and it's just moving around like
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, it talks steers big time.
Well, it seems to be behaving itself on this part. Just as I say that, it moves around at the end of the track. A 15.09 with a 6 at 101 miles per hour.
And 15.2, 93 miles an hour for the Rocket Lane.
That's not hanging around.
No. No, I think I've seen the best out of that thing is about a 14.5.
That's impressive.
Yeah, it is, isn't it?
That is very impressive. Hey, panel man, Van, what do you mean I was booted off when Stu started singing? Eh? I wasn't singing, mate. If I was singing, I'd be more famous probably than doing commentating, just quite. Oh, yeah. I'll tell you what, next time I get a video taken of me singing panel Van Man, I'll send it to you.
Well, Honda out and gone, and the Skyline just sitting on the line trying to get this thing to spool up. Nitrous will fix it.
Nitrous fixes everything, except for when it goes bang.
Yeah. Nitrous fixed that too. Well and truly.
Well, yeah, exactly. Although I saw Eden downstairs, and Eden would be like, Stu, it's the way you use it. I'll be like, okay.
Yeah. Well. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, you got to use it. You might as well use it to excess.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, Michael Richards, who's down there, you know, Michael's got nitrous. He's not hooked up tonight.
Yeah.
As he said when I interviewed him, he said, I need the nitrous tonight because I'm struggling to get it out of the hole. So.
Yep.
Really? What's this? Mad Car Mark, bit of a singer. I heard you look like a sewing machine. Mate, I'll tell you what, Mad Cow Mark, I've actually won 2 karaoke comps, and I used to sing in a band a very, very long time ago. So I've always wanted to do a duet with Benny Bishop, you know, and video it. I reckon it'd be a lot of fun. Benny Bishop is a great singer in his own right.
11.9 to a 15.1 at 101 miles an hour to 115 miles an hour. Mustang up against the Mercedes-Benz.
See, Mad Cow Mark, if you were from around Sydney and, you know, from like Central Coast or something like that, mate, I'd meet you up for a beer, karaoke night, and, you know, have a little bit of fun.
That'd be it. Beyond. Sing off.
Oh, absolutely. Oh, the Mustang down there, 13.24 at 110. Speaking about the Mustang, the old Mustang's gone, you know what? I'm going to show you how it's done, young fella. Great rolling burnout there from the
The old Mustang's got plenty under the bonnet.
Matt Cow Mark goes, I sang in a band many years ago. Maybe I see a sing-off coming on. DJ Prowse, maybe I could drum for you both. Absolutely. As a matter of fact, guys, there's a band from out Windsor way, Parramatta, or here in Sydney, called the Mothers of Rock, and they do a lot of rock music. And I know the whole band. Actually, the guy who drums for them, Wayne Gretsch, he's actually used to drum for Spy vs. Spy.
Okay.
And a few other people. I was just at the pub, minding my own business, just talking with some mates, and then they started playing like a mix-up of Jailbreak and another song. And she knows that Shaz knows I can sing. So she got the microphone put in front of my mouth. And so I started singing a verse of Jailbreak and the chorus. But the bassist in the band, Spano, he used to play in an AC/DC tribute band. And he actually said to me, he goes, Stu, you actually sounded really good. Like, you're actually in tune. Sounded great. I said, thanks. I don't normally sing AC/DC, but, you know, that I really, coming from you, that means a lot, you know? And, I was pretty stoked by that.
Yeah.
But, Paddleman Van. I heard many years ago Stu used to date a what? A rotary. Oh. Paddle Van Man. Oh, I would be careful. I think you guys have secretly been in contact with Benji over the Christmas New Year period, just quietly. That sounds like something that Ben would say to me. DJ Prowse, maybe we could do a gig at the track? Absolutely. I reckon that'd be really cool. We get DJ Carl Cox on the wheels of
there
steel.
you go.
I reckon it'd be awesome.
Put you up on the big screen.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, the bikes, once again, we must thank all the motorcycle riders, every single one of them, because it was a bit of an unknown how many were going to turn up tonight.
Yep.
But look, to have 40-odd of them here is brilliant. And a big thank you to Sydney Random Riders who continue to get back into the drag racing, but also support our Aeroflow Race for Real here at Sydney Dragway. And to all the car drivers as well that have turned up tonight, and everybody in the crowd. That's what Race for Real is all about. Full lanes, a lot of people in the stands, fantastic racing. Well, hopefully this is a sign of things to come for 2024.
Yeah, it's good to see the guys from YouTube and Facebook jumping in and being part of it as well.
Absolutely.
Yep.
Yeah, from everybody all around the world. DJ Prowse said I would travel down from Newcastle for that. Would be so much fun. I reckon that would be fun, DJ Prowse. All right, we're at 11:55, 122 miles an hour there in the rocket lane. Tell you what, 1.85 and 60 there for the Aeroflow lane.
Yeah, that's not a bad light, is it? Getting out of there.
Especially on a Pro Tree as well, an 11.53. This will certainly be a great experience for these riders as well because, effectively, this is what the top fuel motorcycle guys and the pro stock guys, this is what they do. They run off a Pro Tree.
Yep.
Yeah, I reckon. You can see it's testing a few of the riders too.
Wow, 9.6,
Wow.
152.
Holy Moses, that's quick.
That's a good one to finish the night off with, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely. Wow. Oh, I'll tell you what, this rider down here in the Aeroflow lane has been popping that front wheel up just about every pass. Just got to be a little bit careful when you on that clutch and throttle. It's really working on your clutch control.
Yeah, definitely is. It's not just bang it out and point and shoot.
Got this rider on the Hayabusa. Oh! Lift that front wheel. A little bit of sparks out of it as he's come back down. Still motoring on through though. 10.10 at 142. Yep. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is our last pass for this evening for our Australian-themed Aeroflow Race for Real. Don't forget, this Friday and Saturday here at the track, we've got the NDRC round. Top Fuel, Pro Alcohol, Pro Mod, Pro Stock, and of course our sportsman races as well. The heart and soul of drag racing. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that is it. My name is Stuart White. Hope you've had a fantastic night. I know that I certainly have. Mark,
Mate,
it is great to be back.
Great night.
Mark, it's great to be back. 2024, kick it off. The Bushman will be back very, very soon as well on the microphone. It's going to be a great year of off-street drag racing.
Well, indeed, yep. Can't wait for more.
Oh, neither can I. We should have a 2-day event, I reckon.
Yes. Yes, indeed.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, take care. We will see you next week. Please drive safe. If you're going through the pits, guys, please just remember there are people changing tyres and there's also kids around. So please don't drive like an idiot through the pits or on your way out, please.
Yeah. Have a safe one. See you all next week.